I'm so excited. I'm so excited this morning. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. Come with me. I've been so excited about getting these on air for so long. We've got the green machine. This isn't at all what I'm supposed to be talking about right now. We're supposed to be doing the early bird, but we've got the green machine. If you're a bag maker, oh my goodness, if you've never made bags before, you'll need one of these. It's for doing rivets and punches and snap fasteners and jeans buttons and you name it. This is absolutely, I'm so excited about this. Anyway, come back with me now. We'll start again. Right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I feel very low down. We'll get there. Oh, we'll get there. Right, we've got a really exciting morning. We're going to start with our early bird. It's lovely to have your company. Sorry for that excitable moment, but I am truly very excited about that. Right, so our early bird today is Fiskars Special Edition Gold Marble Scissors. Now, these are a 21 centimetre scissor that Fiskars been around since 1649. I think it's fair to say what they don't know about making scissors really isn't worth knowing. What's lovely, no plastic packaging on this. Love, love, love the marble effect in the handles, beautiful. Fiskars scissors, absolutely gorgeous. I'll grab some fabric and we'll have a little play with those. But look, not $19.99 today because this is our early bird. They are dropping. Whoa, no way. Whoa, $9.99. That's half price. That's fantastic. Okay, now you're really spoiling us. Oh, listen. Oh, I'm just going to get close to that. Listen to this. Oh. You didn't have to shoot the top of my head then. Good grief. Beautiful. Oh. Just try not to cut my shirt. Oh. There's something lovely, isn't there, about the sound of scissors cutting through fabric. These are beautiful. So these are good all-purpose fabric scissors, okay? These are great for, I mean, you could definitely use these for cutting out a dressmaking pattern. They're a little bit smaller than we might use for dressmaking shears, but they would do a beautiful job. Also great for, cutting out fabric for bag making, patchwork and quilting. Yes, we use rotary cutters lots, but I use my scissors at least as much. Absolutely gorgeous. They are a staple. These are really sharp to the tip. Look at that snipping in. Or if you wanted to notch, if you want to notch a seam allowance, cutting little triangles out, you can see there that then's going to allow that fabric to open out in something like, a sleeve. Absolutely beautiful. Great quality. Feel really comfortable in my hand as well. At half price should be $19.99. You're paying $9.99 for these. We all need multiple pairs of scissors. These are not a kitchen scissor. These are dressmaking, patchwork and quilting, gorgeous fabric scissors from Fiskars. Now, that's Brill. But this is also Brill. This isn't an early bird, and this isn't even supposed to be in the 8 o'clock hour. It's supposed to be in 10 o'clock. But I had these a day or two ago, and they sold out. We didn't have very many. We've got a few more today. This is a 25-metre bolt of Quilter's pre-washed calico. Now, the price is phenomenal. It's $124.99. That equates to $5.99. per metre. I think it does anyway. Fantastic price, $124.99 for 25 metres. It's on split pay. It is wide It is wide. Let me show you. This is 60 inches wide. £4.99. Okay, a pound cheaper than I thought. £4.99 per metre. This is beautiful. Pre-washed. Okay, so pre-shrunk. So it's a gorgeous, lovely, you know, nice, smooth, tight weave. Nice and soft and flexible. This would be brilliant for things like quilt backings. Christine says, morning Stuart, my bolt of calico arrived yesterday. I can't believe how heavy it is. It's brilliant, thanks. Ah, Christine, it's fab. 3.95 P&P. It's a 25 metre bolt. It is a massive chunk of fabric. Quilt backings, cushion backs, the backs of things like wall hangings, well, quilt backings, table runners. It's also great to use in your piecing. You can piece this with your quilt weight cottons, batiks, Kaffe, Fassett, any of that. You could do red work embroidery on your calico. You could do you know, like stamped cross stitch, that kind of thing. You can also use this for making toiles, for dressmaking, which yesterday, you know, Jules Fallon was here from Sew Me Something, and she was just toile, everything, you know. It makes such a difference. Helen Rhiannon, we've got her book later. In fact, I've got her book in this hour. We did the show together, and I remember her saying to me, you know, you need about 3 meters of calico to make that first bodice. You're going to need probably another metre and a half to experiment with sleeves, and then get into things like the skirts. You can try out different patterns. You can try out hacks. For example, yesterday, Jules was showing us how to do a jetted pocket. Practice that on calico. If you want to try a new style of collar or a zip insertion, do it in calico. You will never ever regret buying a bolt of calico for £4.99 a metre. Take advantage of the split pays. Also, director Charlie's just had a fantastic idea. He said, what about dyeing it? You absolutely can. You absolutely can. It is pre-washed. I think my advice would still be to, again, wash the calico if you're going to dye it, because pretty much most techniques you're going to need damp fabric anyway. So I would wash it. I would wash it. Lots and lots and lots of these flying out. Brilliant buy. Super excited about that. Don't forget, we've got our brilliant early bird today, something every quilter, every dressmaker needs, a good pair of Fiskars scissors. These are a 21 centimetre scissor, gorgeous gold marble effect handles, which are rather stylish. And also, you know, that brilliant name of Fiskars, been around since 1649. I have beautiful Fiskars scissors in my toolkit, and they stay sharp, they cut beautifully, they're sharp right to the tip, and they feel really comfortable in your hands too. Becky Alexander Frost has got in touch. Baffer, I knew you'd be watching. Good morning, Stuart team. Looking forward to the green press. It's great to have a press when you're bag making. Laurie says, morning, Stuart team. Have a great day. Morning, my darling. Donna says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Have a great weekend. Yay for the weekend. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Let's do our menu. Let's see what's coming up. All right, so first things first, we're so excited. It's the launch of the Green Machine. And I'm not talking about the Incredible Hulk, although we do have some studs on the show this morning. I'll leave that there. At 9 o'clock, it's the Swalk bag and the Smighty purse with Emma Brassfield. Swalk, sealed with a loving kiss. Smighty, small but mighty. At 10 o'clock, bulk buy offers and the Suzani quilt kit. Now, just have a quick look at this. Whoa, it's like I dressed for the occasion. How beautiful is this? Absolutely stunning. It's a combination of polka dots and shot cottons, woven stripes, glorious colour, We're going to be going, I'm going to tell you now, we're going under £200 for this kit. It is a big quilt. It is absolutely stunning. I'm going to be telling you how to make it at 10 o'clock. We've also got Kay Fassett's Timeless Themes book in that hour. Now, 11 o'clock, Emma Brassfield's back with her shark backpack. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got William Morris Fabrics and Elna Sewing Machine deals. Now, if you weren't watching yesterday, we've got 3 sewing machines from Elna, the 550, 560 and 570. We've also got the Elna cover stitch machine, and all of them have got cash money off. For example, the Elna 570, RRP is 769. Our price today, £549, £220 cheaper. If you check out on pre-order, it will come up as £649. Don't worry, you will pay £549. All right. So if you want to get ahead, please do. Right, let's have a look at the website and then we'll get on with the green machine. So get to the website, click on Watch Live, and then you can send us a little message. We love getting those. Excuse me. There we go. There's our early bird. There's our quilter's calico. And then coming up, boom, there it is. Now you can buy the green machine on its own. You can buy it in a mega bundle. We've got cutting dies, we've got dies and studs, we've got dies and rivets, we've got dies and S-spring snaps, we've got studs aplenty, and that's just in the gallery. There you go, look, there's that green machine, £57.99. We've got a mega bundle, we've got individual rivets, we've got snaps. We'll talk you through all of it. We're going to demystify it. So if you're worried about, I don't know what does what, don't worry. That's what we're here for. Emma Brassfield is going to come and help me out with that too. We've also got, of course, the Swalk and the Smighty purses and bags coming up with Emma in 9 o'clock. Here's some bulk buy deals at 10. We've got beautiful batiks. We've got thread storage. Oh, is that a sellout already? Okay. It's very busy on pre-order. Lots of bulk buy deals there. Make some great savings. Is that quilter's tape on a bulk buy? Get in there. Very nice. Very nice. We've also got the shark backpack. Now, today you can get the pattern on its own, and then we've got lots of different fabrics that you can mix and match. We've got webbing, we've got beautiful zips from Emma, we've got toy eyes. So there's no bundles, you pick. You can create your very own shark backpack that's your style. And then look at all those lovely William Morris fabrics. Those are at 12 o'clock. We've got tapestries, we've got quilt cottons, we've got a couple of quilt kits as well. We've got William Morris extra wides too in that hour, and some William Morris giftables. But look at those Elna deals. We've got 3 sewing machines, we've got a cover stitch machine, and rather than bundling with freebies, it's cash money off. And I don't know about you, but that's my favourite kind of deal. I like cash money. Right, I need you to walk with me. And me, a great friend of mine, Emma Brassfield. Hello. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm really well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming on a little early.
That's all right.
Because I know you're passionate about the green machine. And I've got very overexcited this morning. The green machine from the trimming shop is all about adding fantastic hardware to your bags, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rivets, snaps, jeans buttons, S-spring snaps. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
I'm learning. See, I'm a bag maker, but I've always been a bit confused about adding rivets. I want to, because they make a bag look so professional.
Yeah.
But I've never known how.
Yeah.
Today's the day.
Today's the day. I think they look a little bit scary and they kind of feel like, but honestly, once you get started, they are so quick. Absolute game changer is this machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible. Let's start off by telling you about the deals that we've got. We'll start with our mega bundles. So in your mega bundle, it's your perfect starter kit, okay? We're going to start with the bronze. This goes, or the brass or bronze? Bronze. Okay, so what you're getting in this deal is you're getting your green machine first and foremost. Now, this machine, I mean, it's going to work with what we've got today, but actually there's 40 different things that will go through the machine, aren't there?
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So your green machine is the basis for everything. So everybody needs the green machine. Now, our bronze bundle, this is what you're going to get. So first off, you're going to get your hole punch. Okay, so your hole punch, is that is the hole? No, it isn't.
No, that's okay.
Where is the?
It's in the machine.
Oh, it's already in the machine. Thank you. That's what threw me. I was thinking it'll be nearest here. So you start off with your hole punch. That's already in the machine. Okay, so you get your hole punch. So that will create the punch first and foremost. Then you're getting 3 different kinds of hardware that will go with. So you're going to get magnetic snaps. So these are, you know, like the magnetic, like the magnetic locks that we put in, but these get fitted with your green machine in seconds. Okay, so you get a set of 10 of those. All right, then you get 100 of these rivets, and the rivets are the things that, for example, you're going to put your bag handles on with, or your ring attachments at the side of your bags, on your little straps. You put those on with those. Absolutely brilliant. And then you're also going to get your S-spring snaps. So these are, I suppose, a bit like a press stud, would you say?
Yeah, similar to a press stud.
Like a 2-part press stud. Again, in seconds. So purses, bags, clothing. And you'll also get all of the matching dies, because for each bit of metalware, there is a set of dies. So, for example, for your S-spring snaps, you get these 4 bits of metalware here. Okay. Oops, sorry. So you'll get these 4. So these work with the S-spring snaps. For your rivets, you have these 2 dies. You get these included. All of this is included in that mega bundle. And then for your press studs, you get these 4 bits of metalware.
That's the magnetic class.
Magnetic class,
Yeah,
sorry, thank
sorry.
you. So you get your hole punch, you get all of your metalware, you get all of your dies for actually fitting, and you get your green machine for £149.99. This is the bronze version, so I'll just quickly remind you of the colour of those. These are that kind of, almost like antique brass, that kind of bronzy look. Very, very, very popular. Very popular. I'm going to fly through the available deals now, and then we'll see it in action. All right, so that's the bronze. So the gold next. So same as before, you get your green machine, you get your hole punch, and then you get your rivets, you get your magnetic snaps,
Yep.
and you get your S-spring snaps, and all of the matching dies that go with to fit them. 3 split pays if you would like. Each split pay is $49.99. You only pay $49.99 today. You get your green machine, you get your mega bundle, and then next month you pay $49.99, and the month after, but you will have your machine, within a few days. Absolutely fantastic. That's the gold. And then we've got the silver. So again, green machine, hole punch. You get 100 of the rivets. You get 10 of the magnetic snaps, and you get 10 of the S-spring snaps, plus all the dies. Now, just to let you know, in future shows, we will have these without the dies, so you can add to your stash, because obviously once you've got one set of dies and your machine. You only need to buy the additional metalware, but obviously this is the first time we've had the green machine.
Yep.
So this is when we need to get the whole kit. Now, if you want the green machine on its own, we've got that. We've got that. So green machine on its own. So no dies, no hole punch. The green machine on its own, $57.99. Okay, so you can build your own bundle if you want to. So $57.99 for the green machine.
Shall I take the dies out of that?
Would you?
So yeah.
That'd be brilliant, thank
it will
you.
come like this.
The top one just screws in, and then the bottom one, there's a hole that it just literally drops into. So it takes seconds to change them over. So, hole punch. So this is the hole cutting dies. Let me just show you. So it's these two pieces. So this fits into the bottom hole, right here, down at the bottom. And then this one screws in underneath to the top. So these two together, $18.99. And this is the 3mm cutting die. All right. Now, rivets. Let's talk rivets. And we'll do rivets, and we've actually got 4 colour options for the rivets. Gold first. Okay. So for your gold rivets, is that right, 3, or should there be 4? It's 3 bits.
It comes with, 2 of this one.
Yeah.
And then you get these 2 as your separate pieces, which we'll go through when we,
cool.
set them. Yeah.
So in this bundle, you're getting 100 gold rivets plus your dies for $24.49. Really super. This is things like adding on your straps, isn't it? And
yeah. It just really makes life so much easier, quicker.
Yeah.
You don't have to do the sewing. We'll go through that though as well.
And so strong as well, such a strong finish.
Yeah.
Bronze next. So same dies, 100 of the bronze. Okay. Silver next, 100. So for example, if you're buying the green machine on its own and you've got the hole punch die as well, and then maybe you just want the rivets, this is how to do it. Build your bundle. 100 of the silver rivets plus the dies that go with for $24.49. Now I've got a colourway that we don't have a mega bundle of, but I think you might rather like it. It's rose gold. That's rather special.
That looks so beautiful against navy, black, I mean any colour, but it especially against the darker colours.
It is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So you get 100 of those, plus you get your die. So it's 100 sets. Okay, so that is the rivets. Next up, we'll do the magnetic snaps. That's wrong. It's... that's it. Right, magnetic in gold first. So this is like bag closures, purse closures, pocket closures as well, where you want a magnetic snap. So like male and female halves, plus all of your dies, 10 sets in gold, plus all of your dies. Remember, in future, we will have the snaps, the rivets as individual items, you know. $26.99. Silver bells. Silver next. Silver next. 10 of those, 10 sets. Plus your fitting dies. $26.99. Bronze. Gorgeous. So nice with denim.
Yeah, gorgeous with
whatever
denim.
the colour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also really nice with things like tweeds. And Emma, while we're looking at these, what fabrics can we go through?
Can go through pretty much any fabrics, really.
Real leather?
Yes, absolutely. Real leather, cork, all your faux leathers, but also your quilting cottons as well. If you are going to use it with quilting cottons or something that isn't quite as thick as your faux leathers or your corks or your real leather, then you may want to add in a little bit of Decaville heavy, Decaville light, just to give it a little bit more strength and interface it on the back, so it'll fuse it on the back so that it's got that strength in there as well.
Yeah, just make it a little bit more robust.
Yeah.
I think it'll go through things like Boselinar form, quilt battings, things like that.
Yeah.
It's amazing what thick layers they'll go through. So that's the bronze. Rose gold. We've got rose gold. Gorgeous. This is the magnetic rose gold. Okay, so that's all of those. And then we've got the S spring. Now we've got this in bronze, gold and silver. We'll do bronze first. So you get all of your... So we've got our bronze and we've got our fitting dies. There's 4 different fitting dies to go with the S spring snaps. That's the bronze. The gold. Whoa. I feel like a millionaire. Look at those. Beautiful.
Such a classic look, isn't it, gold? Adding
gold.
gold.
It really is. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. These are really high quality metalware as well. Really high quality. Beautiful. That's the gold. And then the silver. And we've had lots of questions. Will we be getting the metalware on its own in future? Absolutely. I mean, today we've just bought 3 of the most useful, probably, bits of metalware for bag making: rivets, S-spring snaps and the magnetic snaps. But remember, there are 40 different bits of metalware that you can put through your green machine. So we will have those with their dies in future as well, but also all this metalware on its own, so you can top up your stash. Absolutely brilliant. You're loving it. You are loving it. A few messages. Good morning, Stuart and Emma. I have the green machine. It is a must for bag making. Love the deals. That's Joe in Yorkshire.
Oh, hi, Joe.
Another one. Hi, Stuart and Emma. I have the green machine. It is absolutely brilliant. Emma did a fab YouTube on it. Woke up early to watch. Love it. Danny.
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, so I do have a full YouTube video on my channel, which you can search for as Studio 7T7, and it goes through a lot of the dies from the green machine and just shows you as well. But obviously we're going to show you the demos as well, but for future.
Yeah. Fabulous. Yep. This is a question from Tadia, who's in Dumfries and Galloway. Morning, Tadia. I was only talking to her last week. Good morning, both. Does this tool do eyelets? I find them the hardest to do. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll have those next time, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Now, just to remind you, the mega bundle is the most popular. Now, bronze has been incredibly popular. Remember, with that, this is the best deal. This is your absolute starter set. You're getting your green machine. You're getting your 3mm hole punch dies. You're getting 100 of the rivets with the fitting tools. 10 of the magnetic snaps with fitting tools and 10 of the S-spring snaps with fitting tools. So a brilliant starter set. Details on screen are for the bronze finish. We also have the same deal in gold. Machine, hole cutting, neck and neck, gold and silver, neck and neck.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, really, you need them all.
Yeah.
Ultimately, if you're a serious bag maker and purse maker, you need them all. But obviously, I know the issue here is you'd be buying 3 lots of tools, and you don't need to do that. So pick your mega bundle, and next time, and very quickly, I think we'll have David back, won't we? We'll get it back really quickly, I'm sure, and we'll have metalware on its own, and then you can really fill out your stash. And then the silver option. We've got the silver option for mega bundle. Green machine, essential. We all need this. 3mm hole cutter. And there are other hole cutter dies available for bigger holes.
Yeah,
and
you can get different hole sizes, yeah.
This is the most relevant. Right, Emma, can we go to a little demo, please?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want the hole cutter first?
Yes, please, yeah.
Give you those. You're going to use this machine.
Oh,
just to mention as well, your machine does come with an easy, soft grip handle that you can put on, or you can leave it as is. Any tips for putting that on, Emma?
I I think you just can slide it on.
Yeah, bit of washing up liquid.
Yeah, a bit
I
of washing
think,
up liquid.
just inside, just to help it slide on.
Yeah.
But you don't have to put it on if you don't want. Right.
Okay, so you're going to get your green machine like this, and then you're going to get your separate dies, like Stuart mentioned. And like you mentioned, you've got a hole in the bottom. It's quite obvious. It's really quick and easy to do. So you just pop that one in the bottom, and then the top one, again, it's obvious, it's got the screw. So you're just going to screw that into the top part. And
that's the bit that's doing the cutting.
Yeah.
This down here is a sort of base plate.
Exactly.
For it to cut against.
Yeah. So what would you like to do
let's
first?
cut some
Should we do some leather?
thick faux leather or some real
faux
leather.
Yeah.
Is that real leather?
Oh no, it is faux.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was real for
friend or foe.
Friend or foe.
Now
Let's do
David
it
was
in the
giving me
middle.
a bit of a top tip this morning. He said when you come to cut out the holes, don't go like rash. You know, gentle.
Yeah, yeah.
It's easy pressure, but
so
gentle.
So you want to, I've made a crease, but I'm just going to pop a little mark on there. Let's imagine that this is a real project. So I'm just doing a little cross there, so I can see my middle. And then you want to go down most of the way, so it's almost there. So then you can place it in the right place, and then you just give it a little press.
It's just a little squeeze, isn't it?
I've gone a little bit off.
And there's your hole. Perfect.
Can you see
Perfect cut.
Yeah.
Will you just cut a couple more so we can just see the handle more, so we can just see the amount of, it's gentle pressure, so you position it and then it's just a final little, almost like you're stamping out scones. Yes. Sorry to make it about
do you do
food.
that often?
I do a lot. I do a lot of baking, but it is that you kind of place it and then it's just a firm, like that.
Yes.
It's not, you don't have to put your weight behind it.
You're not kind of just like throwing yourself at it.
No.
I will say I am on a little bit of a step, in case you hadn't noticed. I'm almost the same height as Stuart. And that is because you need a little bit of leverage. You don't need like loads of power. Like, don't think that you need to be super strong to do this. But normally I will do it on a kind of lower table and stand up and just get that leverage.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to point that out, because obviously this table is a bit higher. So yeah, I haven't pushed that down quite as much, but if I was a bit taller, then that would have been fine.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Fab.
Super
So you
quick.
make your hole,
Yep.
whatever you're fitting,
Yep.
and then, now need to let you know, bronze mega bundle oversubscribed. More in baskets than we've got. If you want it, I mean, enjoy the demo by all means, but don't enjoy the demo and then go to checkout and find there's nothing in your basket. Okay. Please check out your basket. Would you mind showing us how to put a rivet in first of all?
Yeah, so I'm just going to show you what the rivet looks like finished as well, like in an actual project. So we've got here this little pouch, and I've got some hidden strap connectors here that I've done, and then I've just popped the rivets in, and that makes it super strong. I haven't even stitched around that hole, which can be a little bit fiddly. So it just means you can pop those rivets in, know that that is super strong. That is not going anywhere. Like I say, there's no sewing holding that in place. So
and suddenly this bag is elevated tenfold in my eyes.
Yeah.
Do you feel the same?
Absolutely, yeah, because this is a really simple bag to make. This is a beginner bag pattern, sews up really fast, but just adding these pieces of hardware like the rivets, and then as you can see on the strap, I've added in some rivets there to hold that in place. Again, no sewing, they've just got those rivets in place.
But can I just...
Yeah.
Because I find it amazing that these rivets will go through all those thicknesses. Because if I've tried sewing them and it's an absolute dog's dinner and it doesn't look great ever, and I try really hard.
Yeah.
That looks so professional and it takes seconds.
Yeah, I will just say, if you're going to do it on webbing, if it's cotton webbing, I would use fray check around the holes when you're cutting them. If it's a polyester or polypropylene webbing, you just want to give it a little bit of a burn around the hole. I did have one of my club members said that she put a rivet in and it came out. So it's just a reminder. Add, just fuse it with a little. I always say show it to the lighter.
Yeah.
You're not setting it on fire.
Threaten it.
Yeah, and obviously always have water to hand. But yeah, so just to make sure it's, not going to come out. That is the only thing that I would say about rivets. But if you, by doing those precautions, it's going to be totally fine and it's going to be there forever, as long as you want it to be.
Great. Let's show you rivets. So I've never touched one of these machines before, about 10 minutes before the show, but I know already they're so easy to use. So we're taking the hole punch die out.
I might just make a couple
Are
more
you
holes.
going to do a couple of holes
yeah,
down
so
there?
actually I'll make a couple holes in this one.
Okay,
so I
cool.
can rivet the two together, yeah.
Yep.
So I'll just do one there.
See, I'm literally, Emma, about to start writing my follow-up to Bags for Life.
Oh.
So, like, everything is getting a rivet on it. Everything. But seriously, though, because I mean, because it elevates the project tenfold. So, should I take this out and change it now?
Yeah, take that one out.
So this comes out, this bit unscrews. It's literally seconds, and it's out.
And then you put that one in the bottom, and my bad, it's this one that's the same, and you change the top ones.
Got you.
On the rivet.
So in the bottom, which bit goes? The sticky out or the flat?
So what I normally do is actually, do you know what? I don't know that it matters hugely.
The post on the bottom, I think.
Post on the bottom, okay.
There we
I've
go.
been doing it wrong. So it just goes to show that if you get it wrong, it's not going to be the end of the
world.
world.
Oh yeah, I remember now. So that's it. So the post goes through.
Yeah.
There's your second piece.
Because what I often do is I prep it before I put it on the machine, you see.
Understood.
Because if you've got a tricky bit to get to, then, you know, you can do it before. But this is the correct way. And then you pop that top one in there. On the... Have I not put the die in there?
No.
Oh my goodness. That would help, wouldn't it? And it's this one, isn't it? Yeah.
So that just screws in.
Yeah, and another little tip as well is that when you get these, you'll get them in the baggies, and they have the die written on there. As soon as you've used it, pop it back in the bag, and then you won't get them muddled up.
I'm thinking first project, Emma, is a folder with like fabric pockets with zips that everything goes into. So you've got a file. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that everything's organised together. We need a pattern, please.
I'll get
Seriously, could you?
Yeah. And then again, you just push it down so that it's, you know, sort of locked in. I've not put much pressure on now, and then you give it a couple of little extra pressure, and there it is. It's on there.
Look at that. Look at that. It's so professional.
So quick.
And David was telling me that, you know, basically whether you're putting that rivet through real leather or through, you know, silk that's much, much thinner, that post will always crush down to create the perfect finish.
Yeah.
Or it'll crush less. Your machine will crush it the right amount to get a perfect finish, but it will never crush the actual rivet itself. Because I've done that with the, you know, things that come with the little fitting tools. I've ruined, you know, bags that, because it's the last thing you put on often, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they've looked all crinkled and crushed, and this is never going to do that.
I've had this machine, this exact machine, for over 2 years, which is why I'm so passionate about it. And I've never done a rivet wrong on this machine, and I use it at least weekly, if not daily.
Could we just do the different colours of rivet?
Yes.
I know you'll need, do you need more holes or?
Yeah, I'll do them along here, shall I?
Change that. It doesn't take
Do
long.
you know what? Let's put that one in there, and then we can put the hole in there.
Okay, so the hole in here? Or
Oh no, that's already in there, isn't it? That makes sense to do it the other way around. So just pop that in the bottom. Screw that one in the top, if I can see what I'm doing.
Oh, I got this now. Do you know, it's always, this is what's held me back, because I'll be honest with you, this will come as no surprise to anybody. I walk into B&Q or Homebase or whatever, and I see all the screws and the metal around, and just go, oh, not for me, thanks. And I'll be honest with you, I've always looked at this and thought, you know, it's a bit butch and a bit, you know, beyond me, and I wouldn't know where to start. But actually, once it's explained, it's so simple.
Yeah, it's so simple.
could do
As long as you can press down the handle, which is not hard to do. I mean, everyone can do that. So yeah, we're just going to make a hole. I'm going to make it through the 2 layers.
Oh, we can do 2 layers together?
I'm going to give it a go. Might need to give it a little bit more pressure. There we go.
But it's the machine that's doing the hard work, isn't it?
And it has done that. I'm just going to use a little, it's got the end thing on it. Just going to use a little pokey tool, little awl.
You know, isn't it fabulous how some things have just sort of, the designer's always been kind of perfect. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This looks like, it almost looks like sort of vintage piece of machinery, but it works as well now as it ever has. It's just, you know, when you get it right, it's just right.
Yeah, yeah. And there's certain elements that make this a lot better than other ones that are on the market as well, which is great. So you know you're getting a quality product with this one. Okay, so let's do the gold, shall we?
Yes, please.
So I'm going to pop the post on the bottom. And so, yeah, so you do get two elements to your rivet. You get the male and the female, okay, or the post and the socket. So I'm going to pop that one on top. And then all we need to do is push down again, like so.
Perfect.
So that's the gold. That shows the gold and the bronze quite nicely. Okay, then we'll do, should we do silver next?
Silver.
Yeah, so I'll grab post and the socket. Where's that one?
Oh,
okay.
Of the silver.
Making the holes.
I'm just going to give you a little bit of a check of stock check in a second, because they are flying out. Silver details on screen. This is the silver mega bundle. So green machine, 3mm hole punch, and also your set of silver rivets, silver magnetic snaps, and silver S-spring snaps as well.
So I will just add, this post that's in the bottom has got a little indent. Where are we? There. So
it's like a little belly button, isn't it?
Yeah, you could call it that. Yes. So the post does just sort of sit in there. You'll find it kind of just sits in there really easy. You're not sort of like, oh, which way do I put it?
They're always going to line up, aren't they?
Yeah,
because they're in the machine. They can't do anything but line up.
Yeah, correct. So then obviously that locks
Can
on
I have a go at doing this? Because I just want to see what they... Oh gosh, I mean, it really is like cutting out a scone. But no, just as something that's relatable. So you think, well, how much pressure? It's what you'd push through to make a scone.
I think I need to make more scones, Stuart. That's my
homework.
See
David nodding over there. He's going to take that away. He's going to be every show saying it's just like cutting out a scone. Fab.
Right, so let's do the next one, which is our rose gold.
Rose gold. I'm going to get you the components out ready. So you get 100 posts and 100 caps. So it's 100 sets of rivets.
And I'm only having to push through because I'm doing the 2 layers.
Can I do this one, please?
Yes, absolutely.
I just want to kind of see how easy it is to do. So would you push this through? So remember, this is just the rose gold rivets and the die for fitting it. It's the only way you can get the rose gold. Ooh.
You can pop it on before you put it in the machine as well.
Oh yeah, that would have been more sensible,
well,
wouldn't it really?
Either way.
So that's in place, and then just...
That's it.
I've done it. Oh, and the rose gold, look at... I'll just show it on overhead. Look at that. That is smart. So we've got the not copper.
Bronze,
the bronze, thank you. Bronze, gold, silver, rose gold. They look absolutely beautiful. And actually, you could use these as a decorative feature on a bag or a purse as well, couldn't you? Or on clothing.
And there are decorative studs that go with this machine as well, if you wanted to do it specifically for that. Yeah,
I'm already excited about the next show. So that's rivets. Right, can we fit something else?
Yes, yes. So what should we do? Oh, I know what I was going to show you. Oh, no, yeah, while we're on rivets, actually, I'll just show you one thing that is really cool. So you've made a bag and then you think, oh, I've made a clutch bag or I've made a purse, you know, just a simple zipper pouch, but I want to add crossbody straps or I want to make it into a clutch with a handle, that kind of thing. So to do that, all you need to do, let's imagine this is, I know it's not a finished project, but let's imagine this is our finished zipper pouch. A little bit of imagination on that one, I'm afraid. And then I've prepped up this. This is just 2 layers of cork, wrong sides together, stitched around the edge. What I do is I cut out one shape first, stitch it to the bottom layer, and then cut the other one to fit it around.
So
then you get a really nice fit. Yeah.
Perfect.
And then what you can do on your finished bag, you could do this with shop bought bags as well. You then just place that around the edge. Don't need to sew it, don't need to worry about going over bulk on your machine because it will go through all those layers. and then you just put a rivet in. But before you put a rivet in, you're going to put a D-ring on.
Yeah. So this could be a commercial bag. It's something you can retrofit.
Exactly. Yep. Like so.
Ooh,
so
I'm
should we
liking
do that
Yes,
real quick?
please.
Well, we've got the rivets on there.
So make your hole through your bag first.
Yep. Like so. I haven't done that in the middle, but that's okay.
Doesn't matter,
Doesn't matter. I'm going to do those. Should we do that? No, we'll do it together because I want to try and get it.
I suppose if you were unsure, you could always put it through one, then line them up, and it'll go through the original hole. And there's ways round it, aren't there?
Yeah. And cork is quite soft, so it should go through. It hasn't gone quite through, so let's do that again. Probably didn't put quite enough pressure on because, like I say, normally I am a bit higher. No, okay, that's all right. Third time lucky.
Yeah. Well, it is 4 layers of cork you're trying to get through, isn't it?
I'm asking a lot, and also I think there might be some little bits in there that we can push out that might be an issue.
I was going to say, do you need to clean out the punches sometimes?
Yeah,
I suppose
sometimes.
It's going to collect.
Let's just do that real quick, and then we might find it's a bit easier because we have got the large hole in there, so they'll just come out that way, or they can come out that way.
What colour rivet would you like?
Oh, now you're asking. What do you think?
Could we go gold?
Yes,
silver.
If you want
Let's go silver because you've got some silver flecks in your cork, and I think that the silver rivets would bring out the silver in the cork.
Yeah.
So you could match this up with things like Lewis and Irene sometimes put rose gold, silver gold print in their fabrics. You also get like Japanese style, Oriental style fabrics as well that have gold and silver overprinting. So there's your two parts.
So I'm going to put the post through the bottom, just like we did before, and then put that through the hole in our imaginary bag. Pop that top piece over, pop that on the top. And I have found that it doesn't really matter which way round you put the post. It doesn't affect the strength. What I do tend to do on bags is if I've got two, I will alternate them just to, it doesn't, like I say, it doesn't make any difference, but just to, to be safe.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, we have a question. Can this be used for cam snaps as well?
Yes. Yes, it can. Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Look at that.
So quick.
And look at the finish and the style and the just beautiful.
So any faux leather you could do that with, real leather. You don't even have to do it double-sided if you don't want to.
The cork looks amazing. I've had so many messages, I'm going to read a few out. Lowry in Cambridge says, morning Stuart and Emma, I've been thinking of getting one of these for months. Great seeing in action. I've made my mind up. I want one. Good, have it.
Yeah.
Larry, you shall have one. Another message. Good morning, Stuart and Emma. Hope you both have a splendiferous day. The green machine is just what I need. Ordered and waiting. That's
Brilliant.
Elizabeth.
You won't regret
You won't have to wait long. Another message is from Karen in Hampshire. Good morning. I've just ordered a silver bundle. Can't wait for it to arrive and start. What glorious post that's going to be when it arrives. Thanks, Karen. Another. Great to see these on the programme. I've had a green machine for a few years. Would not be without it. That's Adrienne in Norfolk. One more message. This is from Karen in Surrey. Morning all. Would the green machine be even easier to use if it was at a lower height and the body weight was above it?
Exactly, yeah. 100%. So that's why I'm on a little bit of a step today, and I could do with being even higher still, maybe like 6 foot or something. But you don't have to be tall to use it, I will add. Normally I just use it on a regular sized table and it's totally fine. I stand up and do it, yeah. So you want that leverage.
Now, we've had a question from, actually a few people have asked this question, and let's give an honest answer. If we buy a green machine, can we use other dyes if we already have them? Can we use them?
They've got a 19mm base and
Yep.
an 8mm thread.
Okay, 19mm base and a 8mm thread on the top.
And they'll fit.
They will fit. So that's the important stuff. So just to repeat that, an 8mm thread on the top and a 19mm base.
And then 19 for that.
I spotted that there are 3 holes in the base of the machine. Could I, if I wanted to, could I screw this to a desk so it was permanently sighted?
Yeah, it could, and that does help it stop kind of, it doesn't wiggle around, but if you're
I'm thinking
worried
if
about
that was at the edge of a tool bench.
Yeah, nice, yeah. Or
Something
just
to aim for,
or just
isn't
a
it?
piece of wood. If you had an offcut of a bit of, kitchen worktop or something that you could screw into. Yeah.
Ace. Right.
Right.
Could we
what's
demo
next?
something else?
Yeah.
Shall we do? Can we do the magnetic snaps?
I was going to say, because those, I absolutely love the magnetic snaps, because say you forget to, sometimes you forget to put these in, with a normal magnetic snap, you have to open the prongs at the back and it has to be between your layers. Sometimes you then have to top stitch around the edge, which you can do, but sometimes you don't want to, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's a tricky area, etc., or you want to retrofit it.
Yes, it's the retrofitting for me. It's afterwards that I think, I wish I'd done that. So let me get you a set. So it's 4 parts, much like when we're doing these at home anyway. So a male and a female, and then 2 little, almost like thumbtacks.
Yep.
That's it, 4 parts?
Yeah, 4 parts, and then I will just grab that machine so I can change those
you get 10
dies.
sets, remember?
Yeah, so what should we do this in? Should we do
And
this
if you
in
want
the
to
same...
just get the gold with the dies, you can do that.
Let's do it on a little bit of cork.
Fab.
So I'm going to cut my holes again.
So same thing, 3mm. Your hole cutter comes in the mega bundle, or you can buy it separately if you're buying the green machine on its own. Okay, these are the gold magnetic clasps. Fab.
Again, I think it's just because of the height that we're not able to get the leverage. Right, so I'm going to pop that through. So I'm going to make it double. And I'm imagining that this is the, the finished bag kind of thing, the edge. If we imagine that's the raw edge.
Yep.
So pop that through. And then we can pop that on the back. And it does kind of fit in there. Look, I don't have to hold it, it's there. But obviously, I have seen people forget to then push them together.
Okay.
So you do want to be careful that you don't kind of carry on and forget to actually, secure that.
Yeah.
So we're going to undo that. Pop that back, we would pop that back in our bag. And then we are going to get that one, isn't it? Yeah.
Brilliant.
Put that in there and put that one up there. And this die is quite obvious because you have got, I will just show you what I was just checking. You have got the kind of innie and the outie, if you like, on the base. And, one side is going to fit, one side with the post on is going to fit the, the outer bit on that one's going to fit to the inner on that one. The inner is going to fit to the outer. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
You can't really kind of do it wrong because it doesn't fit as well.
You want
I did change that over.
opposite pairs, yin and yang all the time, don't you? If you're fitting the innie, you want the outie die.
Yes,
and
exactly.
vice versa.
Yeah, and because it's magnetic, of course, it just sits there rather nicely.
Fab.
So I'm going to push that down. I'm just going to check as I push it down that that's lined up. Give it a bit of a press.
Little squeeze.
Little squeeze, and it's so magnetic, it's pulled out the die, which is actually quite handy because then it reminds you to change it.
Yeah, true. Oh yeah, true enough.
Yeah. So that's the one side. Super quick. Again, let's cut some more holes. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it like that.
So that's gonna. Yeah, it is really, really easy, isn't it? And they just fit in. They're perfectly tooled, so everything fits perfectly.
Yeah.
Go on.
Push that through.
Yeah. That's perfectly timed, isn't it? Meow. Is that Rita? Thanks, Teresa. Thanks, Teresa. I cherish that.
A shocked cat.
What is it? It's your
my
bag,
Swalk.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's this.
How funny is that?
To the left. There you go.
There it is. Oh, meow.
I haven't quite done that hole in that one. I thought I had, but I hadn't.
Someone sent a picture of their green machine at home as well. Here it is.
Oh, brilliant.
Pride of place. Really easy to assemble. There is a tiny bit of assembly, isn't it? It's just the handle that you put in, and there's a little post that you put through and screw up. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Right.
Okay, so I've made my holes. The other thing is as well, you can use a tailor's awl, or I always call it a stiletto. I was taught to call it a stiletto.
I call it a stiletto.
Oh, okay, good. Not just the only one. Or a tailor's awl. And then you pop that through. That is if you've got kind of like a cotton webbing, that kind of thing, that you might not want to. Some people find that you can make a big enough hole with it, so you might need to judge it on the project.
So that would be like not using the hole cutter at all, just making a hole with the stiletto.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, but you have got the option with different fabrics.
Understood.
But 9 times out of 10, you're going to want to make a hole with the dye.
Fab.
Okay, so then pop that in.
Is your top part the right size as well?
Yeah.
That you've changed it. Yeah, brilliant.
Put that on. Okay.
I've had some really good messages actually, and this is keeping it real. Collector in Devon got in touch, said, "Morning, I thought that's too expensive. Watching the demo, I've bought the bronze bundle as now I can see how useful it is. My credit card's very cross, but you won't be a collector." No, but
No.
I think that's really good to,
Yeah.
you know, you can sometimes
Yeah.
look at it, oh, can I? But then
Yeah.
you think, oh, hang on,
Yeah.
that's
it is,
ace.
It is a game changer, honestly. You will, if you're bag making, you're into bag making, or maybe you make jeans, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It makes a massive difference.
I know, it's a no-brainer for me. I just assume, I'm like, yeah, absolutely, got to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always confused. I think maybe on the sewing bee they don't put these on because they are so quick and easy, and they like to watch them struggle.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, well, you'd be forgiven for thinking there was
Yeah.
no other option.
Yeah.
Or it was something that was going to cost, you know, that. I mean, it's like button machines, isn't it? The
Oh.
professional button machines. My father-in-law bought one of those, you know. He does a lot of upholstery, but it's like a pro machine, you know. But this is absolutely for the home user.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've got your two halves.
So I've done the 2 halves, and then there you go.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely
And then, of
gorgeous.
course, in an actual application, we've got it on this bag here. So it's just a really nice little, that's it in the silver. It's just really nice and quick.
And it's so smart from the front as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Just
adds a little bit of bling, a little
It
bit of
does.
focus. Yeah, elevates it, like you say.
It's absolutely gorgeous. If you wanted to, could you fit those inside, like within the lining?
Yeah, absolutely. You can do them still inside, just like you would do with a regular magnetic clasp that has the prongs. You would just, exactly the same way, just fit it in the same way, just between the lining. Yeah.
It's fab.
Yeah.
Oh, what a, just a brilliant, I'm very biased because I love my bag making.
Yeah.
But isn't it fab?
Yeah.
Just a brilliant bit of kit. Why has it taken so long for us to get the green machine? But thank goodness. Now, favourite message of the morning. Morning, Stuart and Emma, this is Judith. Can you prize off a stud? Well, I find it very difficult, actually, to prize off studs. But can you prize off a stud if you've forgotten to thread the D-ring through? It's the sort of thing I do. Thank you, Judith.
You can. In fact, I did bring some hefty pliers, wire cutters. So this I do, you know, it does happen. In fact, I did a live just before Christmas and I did it wrong. And everyone was shouting in the comments at me, but it takes a little while to come through. And they're going, it's the wrong side, it's the wrong side. But it was too late, I didn't see them, so I did do it wrong. But it did mean that I was able to prize it off on camera. So I won't...
good, sturdy pair of pliers.
Yeah, and then all you do is you kind of, it's not super easy, so you want to try and avoid it. But this is the same no matter how you put in a rivet. It's nothing to do with these rivets or this machine, this is just the process. So you just kind of prize it in between. I'm not going to do it because they do tend to fling around and I don't want to be breaking any eyes or cameras. So you might want to do it sort of off the table, underneath the table, obviously be safe. But you just kind of prize those in and then push them together and it will cut the post. It will give you enough space to cut the post and you can.
So what are those?
These are just wire cutters, heavy wire cutters.
Perfect. That's all you need, Judith.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very sensible thing to have, actually. Just have them in your toolkit.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Bowled over, we're out of time. Just to let you know, we've got 50 of the bronze mega bundles in baskets. We've only got 10 left. Ooh. So check out during the break. Have a look on the web. There may be some other rivets that you want to buy or you know, something like that. You can build your own bundle if you prefer. We're going to go to a break. You're sticking around?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
I'll stick around. We'll see you after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What a morning so far. It's been super busy. Loads of messages. I'll try and read some out in a bit. Thank you everybody that messaged in on Facebook. It was over here, I was over there. I was so involved with rivets and Emma and the green machine. What an amazing start to the day. Well done if you've got your green machine. If you only just tuned in, oh my goodness. You just missed a lot of excitement. More excitement now. Emma Brassfield's back. Hey, Emma.
Hello. Hi.
Bag making superstar with two gorgeous projects, the Smighty and the Swalk. Now, we're going to start with the Smighty, and that name means?
Small but mighty.
You, me, the project. Okay, so this is the most gorgeous purse. Variety of different ways you could close it. We'll talk about that in a second. But just, I mean, this is something that you're going to make again and again and again. Space for credit cards, cash, loads of different compartments. And also a zip pocket on the front. It's just beautifully smart. I love it. So your pattern is for the Smighty purse, the pattern pieces and full instructions for £9.99. Now this is done sort of dressmaking pattern style. So you've got your pattern pieces all drawn out on heavy duty pattern paper for you to cut out and make. So you don't have to do kind of rotary cutting, you pin it, you cut round. So very, very straightforward. You've got a list of kind of ingredients on the back for what you need, and then you've got all of your full instructions for how to make the purse as well. Like I say, this is one of those staple makes that everybody needs because I remember Deputy Joan, when she started making purses, I think she must have made about 10, 12 more probably. Very giftable. And also every fabric range that comes out, you only need a few. You don't need much fabric.
No.
You don't need much fabric at all. A little bit of metalware and you're away. Flying out, grab yours, the Smighty purse. It's small but mighty. And so useful. Also as well, you know, depending on the fabrics that you use and the metalware that you use, you know, great for men and women.
Yeah, yeah.
It's cool, love it.
And you could use your green machine to add your magnetic clasp on the top.
Oh yeah, you could have just a snap, couldn't you, on the front?
Yeah,
that
snap
would be
or a
lovely.
magnet, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Could you put a rivet through the side for a little strap, or might that be a bit narrow?
You probably could. Yeah, you'd lose a little bit of space in between, in the middle, but I think you could.
Yeah. Fab. Right, we've got a few different fabric options as well. So £9.99 for the pattern. Where should we start? Do the one. Oh, should we do the one that the sample's made out of? So this is the same as the sample. So with this one, this is fabric and instructions, okay? Fabric and instructions. So this is to reproduce Emma's sample right here. So you get a fat quarter of the really dark navy, you get a fat quarter of this gorgeous ticking stripe, you get a fat quarter of the blue mottle, okay? I'm thinking machine embroidery.
Ooh, nice, yeah.
And then you also get your set of instructions. Is that all it is? £16.99. That's fantastic. So you get all your fabrics and your pattern, £16.99. Love it. Love it. What's inside?
It is Decaville Light inside.
Decaville Light. Love Decaville Light.
Yeah.
Love Decaville Light. Could you use something like a medium to heavyweight dressmaker's interfacing if you can't get Decaville Light?
Yeah, and also it does explain this in the instructions as well. If you've got any dexterity issues or anything, you may want to use that instead because it makes it a bit easier to turn.
Cool. Oh, I like that. I like that you thought of that. That's wonderful. Right, that's our first option, £16.99. Second option is a Jason Yenter. a Jason Yenter. So here you've got 3 fat quarters of Jason Yenter fabrics. I tell you what I'd be inclined to do with this one. I'd be making 3 purses out of this, and I'd be grabbing some solids and batiks to go. I'd make a purple, a blue and a green purse.
They would all look lovely with navy.
Oh, yes, please.
So if you got a half a metre of navy,
yeah,
or maybe a metre, probably a metre.
1 metre of navy.
Yeah, I think that
plus
would be enough. Maybe a metre and a half to be safe.
3 purses.
Yeah, nice.
Yummy. $16.99. She shoots, she saves. I love that idea though. It's not always about using the exact fabrics that are in a bundle, is it? Sometimes it's about mixing and matching. So that's that one. Is it? Amazing. Loving it. Right. Our third option, pink floral. Pink floral. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. Look at that. Look at that. That's nice. So you've got a beautiful kind of vintage floral. You've got a pink mottle and you've got a pink solid. That's pretty. Gorgeous. Plus your pattern, of course, $16.99. Fab. But this bodes well, doesn't it? This is why you need the pattern, because 3 fat quarters, a magnetic snap for the front and a bit of interfacing. There's your project.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely delicious. Love it. Can we just give the details of the pattern again, please, Ben? Because this is a must. Grab yourself your Smighty, small but mighty. Steph's messaged in to say Butch and Beyond could be your new bag range, Stuart. Any thoughts? I love it, Steph. I love it. Lisa Lamb says, do you know what? The only thing I'd change, talking about last hour, is I have the lilac machine or the aqua machine. You're so glam, Lisa, honestly. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Grab your pattern. It's $9.99. Emma, shall we do a little bit of this and then we'll come back and we'll look at the swalk? What do you think?
Yeah, you just tell me when you're ready. Yep.
Awesome. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Okie doke. So the first thing I wanted to talk about with this pattern is that you need to get your head around the pattern pieces a little bit. I don't want to scare you or anything like that. So we're just going to talk you through that. It is all clear in the instructions. Also, I have a full YouTube video on my channel, which you can search for Studio 77. The link to that is also in the pattern. So you can watch that and sew along. You can pause it, rewind to a little bit that you need to have a little bit more help with maybe. And yeah, you can find out all the information there. So with the Decaville, like we talked about, it does tell you, and it has separate pattern pieces. I haven't got the other one, but it does have separate pattern pieces for the inner bits that you're going to use for your Decaville. Okay, so you're going to plan it out.
You don't have that Decaville in your seams.
No, exactly.
Too thick.
You cut it out so that it's not within your seam, so you have it without the seam allowance. And you have a pattern piece 1 and a pattern piece 2, which look very similar, but pattern piece 1 is slightly larger. And this is so that when you make the whole purse together, it pulls in the innards. So if I just grab, I've got one back here as well. When you sew it, you want to pull in those innards, thanks, so that they pull in. Otherwise, if you made it all the same width, as I found when I was doing all my tests, you can sometimes get a bit of a wave in the middle. So that is why. So as you're sewing along, you just want to make sure always that the seams are matched up on the outside. But again, it does tell you exactly, how and when to do that. Okay, so when you're thinking about your colours, especially if you've got like a bundle of fat quarters or you're pulling from your stash, then you want to just bear that in mind, how you choose your colours, okay?
You can mix and match them to suit, can't you?
Exactly, yeah. 3 is quite a good option for this project, because then I think I've got 3 on this one. No, I've got 2 on this one actually. So yeah, you can have 2 or 3, but 3 is quite nice because then it just gives you an extra bit of focus. Okay, so I think in a previous demo I've done this, so I didn't want to do that one again. So I've prepped that up, and then just to show you that one those two go together. That is your pattern piece 1, and your pattern piece 2, as you can hopefully see, maybe not because they're all a bit skew-if, is ever so slightly, not by much, but you can see how they can't really see that because it's pink on pink, but you can ever so slightly get, muddled up. So just what I always do, really simple, is I just keep that pattern piece attached to the pattern.
Is that the flap?
Piece cut. This is the insides. This is the front section.
Yeah.
With your zipper. And then you have the flap, which is up here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to talk about that. Then I'm going to go on to, so I'm going to obviously skip around a bit, but like I say, there is a full video tutorial. Obviously, we can't fit it all into this hour. So I'm going to skip along to the credit card slots because we have those in the middle. So you've got a zipper at the front, then you've got a section like to keep notes in there. What are those? People don't use cash anymore, do they?
I think I'm the only person in the world that does.
I do still. And with kids stuff, you always need to have cash as well. Anyway, then you've got your card slots in that middle section there, and then you've got another section there. So you can have receipts, your cards, you can put, stamps again. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? Yeah. Stamps.
It's even big enough actually in there to have a little notebook and pencil.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, exactly. And then you've got obviously your coin bit on the front. Okay, so we'll do the card slots. So we've got this pattern piece here, and I'm just going to move this around, sorry, and I'm going to grab the iron. Thank you. Because our iron is our friend for this bit. So we've got our pattern piece. It does tell you the measurements within the pattern as well. Let's get this a bit clearer. But then you have this pattern piece, which has got little notches. Can you see I've got a notch cutter. You don't have to have one, but it just makes it a little bit easier because then you can mark it on the actual pattern piece. Okay, you could just snip a little V out of that if you wanted to, or you can kind of pull it back and do it that way too. I'm just going to grab a friction pen. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to use a friction pen because...
Controversial.
I know. Because it's in the seam line and because we're ironing as we go, we don't want to remove those
That's a good
lines.
point.
So I'm going to turn it over actually because we want it right side up.
So mark on the right side of the fabric.
Yeah, hopefully I won't mark onto this lovely ironing mat.
Go for it.
And I'm just, as I'm going along, making all those marks. We're well within the seam allowance. There, so about 0.5 centimetre. Our seam allowance is 1 centimetre throughout. Apart from on all I always use 1 centimetre, and then on the zipper panels, I use 1/4 inch. I know that sounds weird because I'm going from centimetres to inches, but 0.6 centimetres doesn't kind of roll off the tongue quite as easily.
Really. We're just putting Decoville on screen. Now this is the Decoville, not the light. Just be aware, this is a heavier one.
Yeah.
This is heavy.
So this will make it a little bit stiffer. So if you're going to use the Decoville heavy, then you'd probably want to use that on the flat piece, pattern piece 8. And then the other pieces I would just use probably 2 layers of regular medium weight. Okay, so then what you're going to do, there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can either just use your notch lines, or you can place this on top and fold it. See how we've got these dotted lines? So you're going to pre-fold your pattern piece, and you can already see when you pre-fold it that it's going to make your card slots.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the way we're going. So you can either lay it on top, fold the fabric back and press it on top of the pattern piece. So you're folding it like that and press it. I'm going to do it without the pattern piece, because I'm living life on the edge.
You are.
I know. And I'm just going to find that notch mark. You could also mark it both sides. That would probably make life a bit easier. But clearly I don't like to make life easier. I'm going to grab my Teflon sheet, which I always recommend. You could use a baking sheet as well. Just because if you put an iron on the back of the interfacing, sometimes it can stick, it can scorch it, especially if your iron is too hot, which it might be. Let's turn it down a smidge. With this Teflon sheet, it just protects it. Okay, so I'm going to give that a quick press. And then, I'm going to move that along the ironing board. We're going to fold it back and find our next notch lines. That's hard to say. And we're going to fold it again. So we're sort of concertinaing it, is that what it's called?
Yeah, or fan folding, just back and forth.
Fan folding, yeah, I like that. Yeah, don't need the Teflon sheet on that side.
This would be that moment where you'd say, oh, I used my friction pen. Why did I do that?
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Been there so many times.
Yeah. And you can line up those raw edges as well to try and get that nice and smooth if you're doing it this method. If you're doing it with a pattern piece, you find that it's, you don't have to line it up just as much, quite as much, I should say. Give that a quick press. And then again, we're going to go back this way. And you can start seeing it come together now, can't you? Give that a quick press. Find those notch marks.
This would make such a giftable make, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and it comes together really quickly as well.
Yeah.
Once you've done this bit, once you've done the zipper pocket, it just flies along.
And just a lovely way of using 3 fat quarters.
Yeah.
Or scraps, or,
Yeah, it's great for scraps. The only long bits you need are the card slots and then the outer piece.
The outer flap. Yeah.
So if you've got a scrap, that, like a feature fabric, that's so lovely because it wraps around the purse. You wouldn't want to use a directional print, obviously, because of the way it wraps around. But yeah, you can use, if you've got a larger scrap. Well, it depends what you call a scrap, really, doesn't it?
Oh.
Some people have huge scraps.
Yeah, I'm fairly generous with my terminology.
Yeah. This would be lovely in scraps of Tula, your precious bits that you never want to throw away,
Yeah, and those sort of medium-sized feature prints as well that sometimes can get a bit lost on a quilt, or even on a large bag, but on a purse, you can just sort of fussy cut that front section, couldn't you?
Yeah. So there we go. We are pressed and ready to go. You can see that the card slots are coming together. I'm going to move that out of the way for a minute and grab that. So now we've got that. We then want to top stitch along those card slots. So to do that, we're going to open it gently on each one. So we can almost completely unfold it because it's nicely pressed. And then we're going to fold that back out of the way and we're going to top stitch along each, I always get them wrong, convex?
Convex go out, concaves go in.
Convex.
The convex.
Fold.
I
Or is it a
remember 'cause
mountain?
caves go in.
Oh yeah. Was it a mountain fold in origami?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm doing a top stitch, 3.5
Testing
stitch
my knowledge this
length.
morning.
I know. And my own as well. Wasn't
I'm a bit
expecting to say
obsessed
that.
with origami though.
Oh, well, yes.
I love a bit of origami.
Yes. I did a class at the Festival of Quilts, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What, fabric
which was fun.
origami?
Yeah.
Nice. Who was that with?
Oh, now you've put me on the spot. Sue?
Oh.
Clearly I remembered her name.
Sue.
Sorry. That's not helpful at all, is it? We didn't plan that conversation.
No, we didn't. If you went for the green machine this morning, the mega bundle with those magnetic snaps, this purse would be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
With the magnetic
Yeah.
snap on the front.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful.
You would want to just, like you were saying on the demo, you would need to put it in the lining because otherwise you're going to lose a bit of your, might be all right, but you'd lose a bit of that coin space. So just something to think
Just
about.
have to plan it out, don't you?
Yeah, just realised it's got my daughter's name in it.
It's fabulous fabric.
Thank you. She chose that. She's like, I need a purse. So yeah.
Oh, to have Emma Brassfield as your mum.
I'm due a big Halloween costume actually this year, I think.
How are you?
They've already put in their orders, yeah.
Really? I bet
Yeah,
you. I
can't
bet your
remember what
kids
they
are the
asked for
best
now.
dressed, aren't they?
Well, I don't give them one every year.
No, quite. But do you go all out on the Halloween costumes?
Every now and then I do. Yeah,
What have you
every
done?
now
What
and
have you
then.
made before?
My daughter was huge, my oldest Layla was huge into Harry Potter. So she wanted to be Nagini, the snake.
Amazing.
So I
Don't
was
make
like,
it easy, huh?
No, that's the trouble. It's like,
Yeah, oh, just be
there's no
Hermione,
limit.
for goodness sake.
Yeah, I let's just
It's a
go to the
school
shop.
uniform and a wand.
I know. No, she had to be Nagini. So
Wow.
I did a snake that wrapped all the way around and then her head was in the mouth. I know, it's a bit extra. I am a bit extra, I'm
I was going
afraid.
to say, all the
They love me at school.
parents were like, oh my God, don't even go there. Just give her the trophy. Let's not bother with the competition.
Well,
No,
luckily
that's ace though.
they don't really have competitions, which is good.
Did you used to get roped in with things like the school nativity and stuff like that?
No, they don't really ask parents anymore for that
okay.
kind of thing. Although there is a carnival that we do. I didn't do it this year because last year I did a lot for it. So this year I was like, I can't,
Yeah.
And
yeah.
actually, my lovely friend Kazzy did so amazingly, and so I think she won't be doing it next year either. I think we're taking turns.
Fair enough.
Someone else's turn next year. It's just so much work, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it's
yeah,
so fun.
So you're just top stitching really
Yeah.
close to the upper edge of each credit card slot.
Yeah, about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. Again, I'm sorry, I do change between inches and centimetres, but I think in the UK we do that, don't we? Especially with quilting. Quilting, everything's in inches, isn't it? So
For sure.
yeah.
sure.
So there you go. Looks complicated, but it's actually, once you get going, there we go.
Oh, fab.
So the next part to do is to make the side parts. Now, where have I put that? It's there. There we go. So I was just going to, I haven't cut that out because I was going to just show you how I cut out in case I can help in any way with that. So I use a friction pen predominantly, but you know what? You don't have to. Like, you could save your friction pens for times when you actually need it, because when it's right on the seam like that, you're not going to see it unless you've got a really sheer fabric. So I lay my pattern piece on top. There is a cutting chart within all of my patterns. So a lot of people, especially quilters I've heard, prefer to have the cutting chart, the measurements, and then just cut out rectangles, squares on their own without a pattern piece.
Oh, so you get those too?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Some patterns only include those, but I like to always include the rectangles and the squares because that's how I work. Because with something like, 9 times out of 10, with a pattern piece that's a rectangle, if you do cut off a little, not cut off, but if you go a little bit wobbly, as long as your stitch is straight, that's not the end of the world.
Sure.
No one's going to see that. So I've doubled it over, right sides together. Doesn't have to be right sides together, actually, having said that. And then I'm just going to use, I'm going to use my other one because I know that's got a nick in it and it might not be my friend today. And then I'm just going to, with my fingers obviously not too close, cut along those lines, and then I can cut out 2 at once. I guess you quilters do this all the time, don't you, when you're cutting? Layer it up. With a ruler.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yes, it has to be very precise, doesn't it? I know. Yeah, see, I'm not even using a ruler. But you could. Especially if you're, I guess a ruler also protects your fingers a little bit too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes, if I'm feeling brave and not on live TV, I will just cut around the shape like that with my ruler.
Yeah.
But, each to their own. I know that scares people.
Well, different methods. Do your thing.
Exactly.
Do your thing.
Yeah. So we've got our piece here. I'm now going to baste along those 2 edges to keep those nicely secure. And as I do that, I'm just going to wiggle it a little bit just to try and keep it as neat as we can and in sync. Going to lengthen my stitch, and I'm actually going to go from the bottom up because this is slightly easier.
Gorgeous. I was just seeing if there's any cash in the purse.
There might be.
Nope. Empty. Curses. Oh no, it's lovely, and I love the fabric.
Oh,
it's
it's
absolutely
lovely,
gorgeous, isn't it?
I think it's is it Libs Elliot? No, maybe it's not. Maybe it's Juicy Juice.
Oh yeah, Juicy Juice.
Juicy Juice, is that right?
Giuseppe.
That is how you say his name, isn't it?
Juice. Juicy juice.
One of my favourites.
Oh, yeah. I loved his Nonna range.
Oh, I need to check that out.
Oh, it's a blend of kind of... It was inspired by his grandmother, and it was like traditional kind of florals and things, but then with his like modern geometrics in.
I have seen that.
It's lovely.
Gorgeous. Yeah. He always knocks it out of the park. Okay, so let's put that out the way because we don't need that. I don't want to get that marked up with the next pattern. And then all we're going to do is place those right sides together, and then we're going to stitch along those edges 1 centimetre from the edge. So we're just going to pop a clip in there. You could pin it if you want to.
Or imperial, that's 3/8, is it? 1 centimetre, 3/8
yeah,
of an inch.
3/8 of an inch. And what I haven't done is checked this machine. I always like to check where that falls on the edge of my foot so that I've got a guide. So yeah, that's good. Because not all machines are the same.
No, you've always got to check, haven't you?
Yep. So I'm doing a 2.4 stitch length, or 2.5. And I'm going backwards, of course. And then, I'm just going to grab my threads and pull it a little bit so it doesn't get caught. Pull the work out and cut the threads, and then I'm going to just do the same on the other side as well.
Okay. Oh, Catherine, little shout out for you. Catherine's messaged in. Not had the best start to the morning. It's not even 10 o'clock, but watching you will cheer me up. I hope so. We'll do our very best, Catherine.
Yeah. Hope your day gets better.
Yeah. I always remind myself when you've hit rock bottom, the only way is up, right?
Yeah.
Tracy says, hi everyone, hope you have a great day. I love watching you all, and we'll be getting something for my birthday at the end of the month.
It's exciting.
Very nice. Little green machine perhaps. Lisa Lamb says, oh, origami fiend here.
Oh.
I have papers I cannot fold, just like fabrics we cannot cut.
We need to have an origami session, don't we?
I know, I love it. I love it. A couple of years ago, I did an origami advent calendar, like little folded boxes hanging on a tree, and I've already bought the papers to do one this year. I'm so excited to make it.
Lovely.
Anyway, I digress. What are you doing?
That's all right. Yeah, so I've stitched along those two edges, and I'm now going to open those up and give it a quick press, and then I'm going to top stitch along each edge.
Fab.
Yeah.
Lots of you jumping in now for the Swalk purse, so we will have a look at that in just a sec, because Emma's got 2 gorgeous projects today, and I've got some metalware bundles. Actually, while you top stitch, should I just do the metalware? Let's do the metalware. Let's do rainbow. Yes, yes. Now this is a gorgeous little rainbow set. Here we go. Right. So in this set, you're getting, this is all of the rainbow sort of AB. You're getting 2 swivel clips. These are lobster clasps. These are 25 millimeters, and in old money, let me just tell you that aperture is 1 inch. So it's a 1 inch aperture, okay? So you get 2 of those. You get 2 D-rings, because remember, these lobster clasps really always work with a D-ring, so that they always come back to the center for removable shoulder straps, that kind of thing. And then you're also getting 1 magnetic snap closure. So this is not that you use the green machine for. This is old school, making the holes, pushing it through, and using a little washer on the back. So you get all of that for £9.76. Or we've got the gold. We've got the gold. So you get the 2 gold lobster clasp, 1-inch aperture, 2 1-inch aperture D-rings, and a gold magnetic snap, plus your for $7.96. So either of those you could throw in, make a gorgeous bag. Absolutely gorgeous bag. Jan says, morning, Stuart and Emma. Emma's patterns are inspiring me. Absolutely fantastic. That's what we like. That's what we like. How are you getting on there?
Yeah, good. So I've top stitched along those 2 edges, and then I was just going to quickly, because I know we're going to move on, just talk about piecing it all together. And like I say, there is a full video tutorial on Studio 77 on YouTube. So before we move on to that though, you do want to just double check, and actually before you top stitch, okay, just double check that the cards that you want to fit in there are going to fit in there. So I just like to, you know, pop in your cards just to triple check that. I do give quite ample space, so there is a lot of wriggle room, so you should be fine. Then what you're going to do, I won't do it, I'll just talk you through it real quick, is that we would then top stitch along that edge, not top stitch, sorry, sew along that edge, turn it the right way out, like so, and this is what I mean about thinking about your fabric choice, which you're going to use for which bit, because at the beginning of the pattern it tells you which pieces to add your decaville to the back, because as you can see, that is kind of like the strengthening for this pocket section. Does that make sense? So then as you work along, you're going to have 1 piece with decaville and 1 piece without. You're going to then stitch that together along the top, just the same as this one. Fold it over and top stitch, and then hopefully you can see that that is coming then together as your kind of the slots or the dividers. And then same with the front one with your zipper pocket again, and then that makes up your different divider sections. Yeah.
Fab, absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Emma.
That's all right.
Gorgeous. I want one now. Now let's move on to the Swalk. The sealed with a loving kiss. Oh, let's start with instructions on their own. So the Swalk bag, named because it looks like an envelope, right?
Yep, sealed with a loving kiss.
Oh, my mum always used to put that on letters. It's gorgeous. So you've got, look, zipper. It's a really stylish bag, this, isn't it? So you've got your zipper pouch on one side. Then on the other side, this is envelope style. Oh, this is really gorgeous. Love that. Love that. What a gorgeous bag. And then adjustable shoulder strap for a crossbody. Really nice. That's your sort of holiday essential. Pop into the shops, you know, always need that slung around your shoulders. Oh, look at that. Now this one, thank you. This one, really shushed up with some decorative trim in cork. Cork on the back and a beautiful cork shoulder strap. See, that really elevates the whole thing. Beautiful. Right, let's look at pattern first of all. So this is the full pattern. Again, only $9.99. Terrific. So you get all of your pattern pieces. You get your full instructions as well. Everything's explained in fabulous detail. So even if this is your first bag, you're going to have your hand held throughout. Is there a video?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Amazing. How do we find it?
Over on Studio 77 on YouTube. So you just search on YouTube for Studio 77. Remember the T in the middle, and you'll find it.
Got you. Love what you did there. So there's your pattern, $9.99, and yeah, absolutely. Watch the demos, but also watch the video. 7T7. All right, fab, that's that. Now we've also got some kits, some bundles. Should we do Jason Yenter first? Let's do the Yenter. Right, so for this one, you're getting 1.5 meters of fabric plus your pattern, but look at the fabrics. So you're getting absolutely fabulous Jason Yenter print. That is beautiful. You're getting this beautiful, it's almost like a linen texture print in kind of deep purple, indigo, blue, black print. there. And then you're getting 1/2 metre of cork. Oof, look at that combo. Loving that. That's got a silver, almost like veining through the cork. 1/2 metre of that. And the cork is extra wide. There's phenomenal value in this. And I suspect you have got far more fabric here than you need. I reckon you might even get 2 bags out of this. Yeah. So that's great value at £26.99. 1.5 metres of fabric plus your pattern, £26.99. That's the Jason Yenter option. Second option that I've got is denim. Yeah, some denim. So on this one, oh, this is pretty. And this is actually what my sample right here has been made out of. So on this one, whoops, you've got the floral, beautiful floral print there. You've got some denim. It's kind of chambray style denim. And then you've got your polka dot. So Emma's used this for the flap, this for the outer, this for the lining. And that looks beautiful. So that's the second option. And then my third option is very on trend colour wise. So for this one, you're getting this is an orange Wiltshire Shadow. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
You okay?
The chair just managed to go over. Beg your pardon. Thank you, Michael. I wasn't on it at the time. So that's better. It could have been worse. Could have been so much worse. Always say. Right. Orange Wiltshire Shadow. Oh, I'm glad everyone's laughing. This should be a 1/2 metre. Yeah, this should be a 1/2 metre, but anyway, look, there we go. Oh, that's gorgeous. Love that. And then you get 1/2 metre of cork, and let's get into it. Oh, lovely. So this one is a plain fine grain cork. Gorgeous. Again, for £24.99. We do have cork on its own if you wish.
That would be lovely for a holiday bag, wouldn't it? Late holiday.
Oh, it
in
would.
The sun.
Somewhere sunny. Zante.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
gorgeous.
I'm there.
Now, if you want cork on its own, we've got the silver sparkle. That's this one right here with the veining. Really lovely, that. And that is £9.49. Don't forget that this cork fabric is extra wide. I've got a feeling it's 54, but I'm just going to check. Yeah, 54 inches, 56 actually, 56 inches wide. So extra wide, you get ever such good value with the cork. That's £9.49. And what I was super impressed, weren't you impressed with the cork additions to the bags earlier on that Emma showed when we were looking at the green machine? Just a little cork here and there, it had such a classy touch. And you don't even need to like hem it, you can just put 2 layers together and top stitch. Raw edge, beautiful. So that's that one. Oh, thanks, Emma. You're so on it. What would I do without you? Look at this sort of thing. So just 2 layers of cork together, top stitched. Just beautiful, little extra. And then we've also got the plain, sort of fine grained. There it is. Just adds the most beautiful extra touch. Classy touch to bags. Very easy to sew this as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it really sews nicely. I recommend a Microtex needle, but you can use a universal. 9 times out of 10 it's okay, but Microtex just gives it a little edge.
Yeah, Microtex for everything in my book.
I do, yeah, same, exactly.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, great. What can you show us?
So I'm going to show you the back zipper pocket.
Yep.
So this pattern is beginner friendly. If you've never made a bag before, this is a great intro into the bag making world. It does have a little bit of like a choice. So you can do the either full beginner friendly version, or you can up it and add the overlays. The overlay templates are all within the pattern, as is all the instructions, just like Stuart showed you. The different options. So, and I do talk about that on the video tutorial too. So we're going to do the zipper pocket. So I've cut out 2 of my pattern piece ones, and I've got one in the cork and one in the, what I'm chosen for the lining. Also, if you're using the cork, you don't have to interface the back with either with non-woven or woven. You can just leave it raw if you want to. It does add a little bit extra if you interface it, but you don't, like I say, it's an option. So as you can see, I haven't. So we're going to make sure that the zipper is at the top. We want our zipper to close at the top. However, obviously, it's your choice. You can have it closing at the bottom if you want to, but I like to have it at the top. And then I'm going to place on my trusty double-sided tape all the way along the edge of the zipper.
Can I just mention, in the next hour, I've got that tape.
Yours is a much better quality, I have to say, than the one I've got.
Oh, well,
so that's always good to know.
It's one of our bulk buy offers, though, so stick around, Emma, grab some.
I will, I'll be ringing up. So then we're going to place our outer piece, which we're using cork for that. But again, you can mix and match it up, you know. You couldn't use cork for the lining, though, I will say.
Right, okay.
I'm going to make sure that's centered, actually. Yeah, so about there. That's the great thing about this double-sided tape. You always want to use a sewing double-sided tape, not your regular craft tape, you know, that you can get in the cheap shop. You want to use your proper sewer's tape, because that's going to stop it getting gummed up by the needle, and it's just, you know, you don't want that to happen, basically.
No, it wouldn't be an economy if you were in your sewing machine.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Using the wrong kind.
Yeah, what you save on that, you're going to be spending out on expensive repairs, etc. So there's 2 ways you can do it. I do mention basting that along the edge, or you can do what I sometimes do, live on the edge, and do another line of double-sided and do it at the same time. So you could baste that. Let's imagine that we've basted within the seam allowance. So this edge is a 1/4 inch seam allowance, or 0.6 centimetres, and so we're basting within that. So what's that, half an inch, cup of mil. Or you can go for it like me, do double and do it all in one hit with that double-sided tape. I wouldn't do it all in one hit without the double-sided tape, I will add.
Right.
You see how that's just ready to go. No pins, no clips, we're ready to sew. I do just need to change over my foot. So I'm going to change over to a zipper foot. And pop that on. Make sure I move the needle across. I've done that many times.
Oh, and broken your needle.
I know. If it's going to play the game. No, it's not that one. It would help if I moved the right button, wouldn't it? So move it all the way across, as far as it will let me go. And I have to say, this machine does move really close to the edge of the foot, which is really nice, actually.
Yeah, it's really, really adaptable, isn't it?
Because they don't always. My machine at home doesn't move as close to the edge, so that's quite nice. And then we're going to sew with a 1/4 inch along that edge. And I want to do I'm going to do 2.8. Because it's cork, we do a slightly longer stitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I'm going to do a 3.5 for our top stitching. So what I haven't done, but I do recommend, especially if you're newer to bag making, is to baste over the edges of your zipper tape. Because then, as you're moving the zipper up and down, you won't kind of slide it off. Okay, so backwards and forwards to start. And I am just going to pull the threads a little. Normally with cork, well, with all sewing actually, I put on a walking foot. I always request a walking foot when I'm here. I love a walking foot for all sewing, but especially with your cork and your faux leathers, it just makes life a lot easier. It makes you have better seam lines and more accurate sewing. But obviously when you're sewing close to the zip, it's not as easy to use a walking foot. So I do change over then.
Yeah.
Okay, pull the work off and cut the threads.
I think, if I remember rightly, it's the Elna 780 that has a walking foot that's less than 1/4 inch.
Oh.
like for doing zips.
Okay.
I know.
That's a game changer.
It is. It's like an industrial foot, so it's really narrow, so you can use it for zips, construction, patchwork, but it's also integrated, dual
Fabulous.
feed. I know there's some good
Next to
little
my list.
changes these days, aren't there, with machines?
I know. They keep bringing out bigger and better ones, don't they? Right, so I've sewn that line. Then I'm going to fold it so that it's wrong sides together, and I'm going to top stitch now along that. So, but before I do that, I'm going to clip that out the way because I've got my zipper foot on. I'm going to do the other side. So I'm clipping that out the way so that this is going to save a little bit of time. I always like to save as much time as possible because we don't always have that much time to sew, do we? So
True enough.
any time we can save is always good. So before I top stitch it, I'm just going to do the same with the other pattern pieces. Pattern piece 2, exactly the same, but on the other side. Do you know what I said about doing the zipper? I have done it upside down, but that's okay.
I mean, the zip still works, doesn't it?
The zip still works, yeah, exactly. And actually, I have to say, some of my testers did prefer it to be kind of upside down.
Yeah.
Because there's, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, isn't it, really? Do you have it closing at the bottom so that then you're not so likely to open it up and things come out? So, yeah. So I'm going to do exactly the same. Double-sided tape. Pop that on. This is a slightly easier method than the kind of set-in zipper, which is what I did on the Smighty purse.
Okay, yeah.
Slightly easier. Because you haven't got to do those kind of rectangular box sewing and then the top stitching for that. You're just doing the straight lines. So right sides to the back of the zipper. So you're putting right sides together for the main fabric.
I love the way with this bag as well, you've got a kind of very beginner friendly version, which is this one right here, that is kind of the fabric, as is. So we can do this option, but then you've also got the sort of extra version, which gives a completely different look. And so you can kind of warm up and then progress.
Yeah, exactly.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Love them both.
And you can use any faux leather, cork, leather for those top overlays. Yeah.
Vegan leather.
Vegan leather. Really hard to get hold of. Have you seen that? The cactus leather and all of that.
Oh no. Well, I've heard about it, but I haven't seen any as
No,
yet.
I've not seen it in person. I've just seen it online. Because it costs an
Cactus
arm and a
leather.
leg.
Does it?
Yeah. Right, so we've got our 2 and 2.8 again. Because we've clipped, that's why we've clipped those out of the way, so we can't sew those by mistake, because they may kind of flip under if we're not careful. Just going to make sure that is about 1/4 inch. Hold my threads, and I think my zipper pull is quite near the top, so I'm just going to move that down a little bit. Yeah, it is. Give myself a bit of wriggle room without forcing it to slide off the end, like I said. And I'm going to go a bit further before I move that zipper up. I probably could get away without moving it up, but it does make life a bit easier because it's a bit flatter.
It's just remembering to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm usually on top of the zip before I remember it's there.
Yeah. Oh, push the wrong button. Backwards and forwards at the end. Pull the work out and snip the threads. Cut those threads off as well. And open it up so that it is wrong sides together. Now, actually, having said that the zipper's upside down, what you could do is have it on the other side. So the pattern is with it like that, but you could have it that way. Again, that's the brilliant thing about bag making, isn't it? Or making anything yourself. You get to choose.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So pulling those so that the raw edges are together. Pop a clip in
So
there.
when you're working with the cork, you've interfaced your regular quilt weight cotton with like a medium weight interfacing, but you don't have to use things like Decaville Light. It's enough.
No, yeah. So yeah, that's what I was saying, that you don't have to interface that cork because it is substantial enough to not need to. Now, if you were using a pattern that called for fusible foam or fusible fleece or your Decaville, I would recommend you interface the cork with a light or medium weight regular interfacing, because then the Decaville, the foam, the fleece will all, or H640, will all stick a lot better to the back of interfacing than it will to the back, the raw back.
What a good tip.
Yeah, yeah.
So just kind of change the surface of the back of it.
Yeah. And the other thing as well is that you shouldn't really put, a cork is a little bit better, it takes heat a bit better, but you shouldn't obviously put an iron on top of the right side of faux leather. So what you want to do if you are using like a foam or a fleece is you want to put another layer of your lightweight or medium weight interfacing on the back, and then you can sandwich the foam or the fleece and have it so that the foam or the fleece is outside of your seam allowance, and then you fuse it around the edge of the seam allowance. Hopefully that makes sense, but I do have a full interfacing video on my channel as well, on my YouTube channel.
I've got homework to do when I get home, haven't I? Lots of videos to watch. But this is the thing with our wonderful guests. It's not just when they're on air, although you can watch the shows back as often as you like. But so often our wonderful guests provide extra videos, tutorials, general videos, and generally they're free, they're accessible to all.
Oh, I haven't changed my foot over, which I should do for this. I was thinking, what's going on there? And it's because I haven't changed over to my walking foot.
Oh, this is from Collector in Merseyside. Sealed with a lick, because a kiss won't stick, as my hubby used to put on his Valentine's cards. Emma's patterns are fab. Oh, we think you're fab. We love that message.
Now this is when basting over the ends of my zipper would have been good as well. So I'm putting, the needle is right at the edge of my walking foot because it just gives me a little bit more wiggle room. And I've got my stitch at 3.5, holding the ends. With any luck, the walking foot will help us to go along. Reverse. A few stitches. Oh, I saw another great tip I will share with you as well the other day. I think it was TikTok or Instagram, can't remember. Apologies to whoever it was. Make sure I don't pull that off the end. When, you know, you do your back stitch at the beginning and the end, and sometimes, occasionally, you'll go over your seam allowance and it will show, and it's really annoying. So at the end of here, I will show you what you can do. It's so simple.
Right.
I was like, how did I not think of that? When you get to the end, which I'm at now, instead of going back and forward on that stitch line, I'm going to pivot and go back and forwards in this seam allowance. Then you know that it's out of the seam. I know. Genius, eh?
That is genius.
Yeah.
Love that.
So
Love
simple.
that. Christine's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hiller and Emma. Enjoying the show. Got lots of cork, but never sewn with it as yet. I'm afraid it will tear. Great to see pictures of the winners at Festival of Quilt on the Facebook page too. Wasn't the quilt incredible?
Yeah.
Did you see the winners' quilt?
I did, yeah.
I mean, I met lots of the winners actually. They came and said hi. Absolute hats off to you. They were all amazing. I mean, all of the entries that everyone sent in were great. We loved seeing them all. But yeah, those winning blocks, amazing. Christine's afraid that her cork will tear. How likely is that?
It won't tear as long as you do not use a leather needle. I see this so often in Facebook groups that people say, what needle do I use? And loads of people go, oh, faux leather, you use a leather needle. No, sometimes it does say on the needles to use it, but the difference is that a leather needle actually cuts through. It has a triangular blade on the end of the point of the needle, so it's designed to cut through your regular leather, because obviously it's super thick and it's hard to get through. Whereas the faux leathers, the cork especially, is easier to get through than a faux leather generally, depending on which type of faux leather you use, and you don't need that cut. And making a cut obviously makes a hole, and then it can perforate it and it weakens the seam. If you are worried about it, then I would just use an interfacing as well, just to give you that extra, you know, peace of mind. But I haven't had any seams perforate with using a Microtex needle.
To reiterate what you said earlier on, Microtex needles are just gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah,
for
everything.
Patchwork, bag making, quilt, for everything basically, more or less. And the only time I change my needle really is for knit fabrics, and I change to a ballpoint, or embroidery with you know, metallic threads I might change. But for everything else, Microtex. We've run out of time, Emma.
Yeah, I know.
We've learned so much this hour though. We've had loads and loads of lovely messages to say how much people have enjoyed your demos and how much people have learned as well. So thank you so much for sharing some of your expertise. We need you on more often. And talking of which, we do have Emma back at 11 o'clock, so don't go away.
I won't. I'll be back.
Right, we're going to go to a little break now. When we come back, it's bulk buys. I love it. I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy. But 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hey there, just wanted to mention before we go any further, I have got one mega bundle left of the green machine with the bronze accessories. So that's your green machine, brand new today, it's absolutely wild. You get your 3mm cutting die, you get your rivets, thank you, you get your press studs, and you get your magnetic snaps, all in the sort of brass effect, or we've called it bronze. It's that kind of antique brass. We've got one of those left. We've got a few more of the silver, a few more of the gold, but we've only got one of the bronze left. Oh, silver. Silver details on screen. We've got 8 of those bundles left, 30 of those in baskets. Please, please don't have that awful feeling of having missed out, because I know it's a little bit of an investment in your bag making and your dressmaking future, but once you've got it, you'll have this machine forever, I think. I'm going to pop that to one side. Another thing I don't want you to miss out on is the calico bundle. So this is one of my favourite fabrics, and isn't it funny really, because I love all of the patterns and all of the colour, but you know, it's these fabrics, these basic fabrics that I come back to again and again and again. So what you're getting here is 25 metres of 60-inch wide pre-washed quilter's calico. Okay, 25 metres, 60 inches wide, pre-washed calico. It is beautifully soft and supple. It is not all stiff and starchy. It's ready to use. If you want to dye it, I would just run it through the wash, because you don't even want any dust or any grease on fabric. So it's always worth pre-washing if you're going to dye it. But if you're going to use it in your quilts, quilt backings, you can embroider on this, you can embellish, you can paint. Calico actually is the perfect backdrop for Inktense pencils. Also looks really gorgeous for things like red work, blue work, black work as well. Perfect for making toiles. It's been very, very busy on this. We have got a limited amount of stock. And this is it's a bulk buy hour, and this is an absolute bulk buy, isn't it? 25 metres. But if you think about it, for something like a toile, for a dress, you might use 2.5 to 3 meters to toile the bodice, a sleeve. If you're going to do a jacket, again, if you've never made a toile before, essentially you're cutting out your main pattern pieces for something like the bodice, the jacket, the top of a dress to get the fit right. You don't have to do both sleeves, you can just do one. You don't have to do things like cuffs, collars, buttonholes, nothing like that. It's just the basic shapes, and then you can either pin it on your model, your person, or on your dressmaker's mannequin. You can do it on yourself a little bit, it's harder, but you know, it's actually trying it out, getting the fit just right before you actually cut into your precious fabric. This fabric, as useful, beautiful, essential as it is, it's only £4.99 a metre and it's 60 inches wide. You're saving over £24 by buying it in the bulk, and this means now that you've got probably your year's worth of calico. Having said that, if you use this to back your quilts, I mean, a lot of my wall hangings now are around about the 50 to 55 inches wide. This could be your backing for your smaller quilts, your wall hangings, baby quilts, things like that. If you've got your green machine and you just want to practice, you know, cutting the holes, putting rivets in, you know, you can do that with your calico as well. You know, having this in your workroom, you'll feel like you've always got the supplies that you need. You can also use it, of course, for things like draping on a mannequin, sort of if you like to create your own patterns and shapes. It's just an absolute essential. Perfect as well when you're making things like cushions where you want to quilt the front and you've got your batting and you just need something behind that. Nothing fancy, but some kind of fabric. Use your calico. Fabulous. Right, I'm going to pop this out of my way, and we're going to have a look now at the blue Suzani quilt. We're going to start by having a look at the actual quilt itself. How completely beautiful is this? First off, I mean, the colours in this are stunning, aren't they? You've got this beautiful array of kind of kingfisher and peacock, purple, that beautiful sort of mauvey lilac. You've got aqua, shades of green in there as well. Those are all in shot cottons. So I don't know how close, Charlie, you can get, but none of these are solid. They are a shot cotton. So the warp and the weft are two different colours. So for example, in this green right here, you've got a really sort of deep bottle green, and then you've got a turquoise thread running one way and a bottle green the other. The warp and weft are two different colours, so that when they're woven together, you get an overall colour, but then you get almost like a sheen and a shimmer of another colour coming through. And each one's the same. This lilac-y mauve down here is actually a bright pink and a blue, which have been woven together. And if you think sort of colour theory, paint mixing, you mix those colours together and you get this gorgeous mauve. So beautiful, exciting colours. And then you've got this wonderful polka dot, two different shades of polka dot that create the backdrop. You've got this amazing woven stripe. You're going to create bias strips to surround, so you don't have to applique anything. I'm going to talk you through the process. Snowball blocks around the outside, and then that fabulous woven stripe border. Right. Let me tell you how you can get in. Right, so first of all, you've got the blue Suzani quilt kit. This is a fabric kit, okay? So all the fabrics in here to make the quilt top. It's 183 centimetres square, plus your binding. I'm going to open the box up and show you what you get. Really beautiful. So here are your fabric contents in the top, okay? And then your fabrics. Absolutely oodles. And if you love Kaffe, but you want something that's perhaps a little simpler, a little more graphic, a little less patterned, then I think this is the one. Good introduction to Kaffe, actually. Interestingly, actually, Kaffe's first fabrics that he ever did were not patterned. They were woven stripes. They were woven stripes, and then he did the shot cottons. And that was how, those were the first fabrics. And they were actually produced, not by Free Spirit, but by Rowan, who Kaffe did his yarns with. Because he was yarns first. Look at, I mean, just look at that. The shot, if you've ever seen shot silk, it's the same effect. It's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Love these peacocks and teals. And then you've got your 2 shades of polka dot. This is for your background, for your circles. And then this is your border fabric. So you're going to use this shot cotton here, this woven stripe rather, and it's again shot for your edging. Wait a minute, sorry, wrong way round. This is your border. This is your border fabric, and this is for edging the circles with. Okay, so there's your fabric kit. So there's your fabric kit. I told you we were going under £200, and I wasn't fibbing. Now, did you think that meant £199.99? Because I did. Watch this. I'll take that. £189.99, so well under 200. Fab. You got split pays as well, if you would like. £189.99 for the fabric kit, £63.33. So that is 4 split pays, 3 split pays, 3 split pays. Fab. £63.33. Now, so that's the fabric pack. Now you will also need the pattern, and the pattern comes in the form of this book. Now you might already have this book, which is why we haven't bundled them together. This is Kaffe Fassett's Timeless Themes, 23 new quilts inspired by classic patterns. Now £19.99, that is the price you pay, but you're actually saving £5. It should be £24.99. We're doing it for £19.99. And here's the pattern, Blue Suzani. All right, so you get your full instructions there for how to create that quilt, and there are 22 other patterns in the book. Now let me talk you through how you're going to make this quilt. All right, so first things first, you're going to create the background for the center of the quilt. So it's all square, which is nice and easy. So you're going to cut your polka dot fabric, okay, into squares, and do this first because they're the largest pieces. So you've got all your squares, okay, you're going to cut a load of those and you're going to sew them together into rows, alternating the light background and the dark, the light and the dark. So you just sew strips of squares together, alternating the placement, and then sew all of those together. So you end up with a big, almost like a chessboard background. Okay, the next step that you're going to take is to cut out your circles from your shot cotton. Again, do it in this order because these are your largest pieces of fabric. So you're going to cut out some very large diameter circles, 4 of those. Don't need any bondeweb on the back. You don't need any interfacing. It's just the fabric. Okay, so 4 of those. 1 of these for the center, which is a sort of medium-sized circle. All your dimensions are given. And then you're also going to cut out your smaller, there's 2 more sizes of circle for here and also for in the corners. So you cut out all of your circles, and then what you're going to do, you could use something like a glue stick, or something like Roxanne's glue based it, or even pins, and you're going to place your circles on your checkerboard background and baste them in place. If you want to thread baste them, just a running stitch all around the outside to hold them in place. Okay, so once that's done, your next step is to make your edging. And this is what you're going to do. So you're going to grab your stripe. And the next thing that you want to do is to cut bias strips from your fabric. So if you've never cut out bias strips before, cutting on the bias means cutting your fabric strips at a 45-degree angle to the selvage. So here's the selvage right here. So on any rotary ruler, there'll be a 45-degree line. So place that 45-degree line onto your selvage, line it up. Now your cutting edge, whether you're right or left-handed, so I'm right-handed, I'm this side of the table, you're left-handed, you're that side of the table, okay, you can cut, you'll make your first cut and do it through a single layer of fabric. I just don't want to unfold. You get loads of this fabric. So what you're going to do then is you're going to cut strips of fabric from on the bias. Now, I just want to point out one thing, okay? And this is why they get me to check these things. In the book, it tells you to cut 1-inch strips. It's 2 inches. There should be 2 inches. Okay, so when you come to cut, you've got oodles of fabric. They've definitely put in a fabric to do that. Okay, but you want 2-inch strips, not 1-inch strips. So just make a little note if you're buying this quilt kit, 1-inch strips. So cut those, and then what you'll do with that strip of fabric, so I want you to imagine that this is my 2-inch wide strip of fabric. Okay, actually, I'm just going to turn it that away. Right, so this is my 2-inch wide strip of fabric, because you want it, well, the stripes will be kind of diagonal, but anyway, you get the idea. You're going to fold your strip in half like this, wrong sides together, so you end up with a folded strip. Okay, so then what you're going to do is you're going to sew that around your circle. So you match up the raw edges of your bias cut strip with the raw edge of your circle. And then using 1/4 inch seam allowance, you're going to sew that folded strip. So it's a little bit like you're binding a quilt. You've got the folded edge inwards, and the raw edge is aligned. So you sew all the way around, and the easiest way to finish the edge is just to fold a little edge in and then overlap. So you sew all the way around 1/4 inch, and then you're going, so this is this edge, and then you're going to fold the folded edge back out. So this is the folded edge. You press it outwards, and then you're going to top stitch all the way around with your machine. So there's no hand sewing at all. If you wanted to hand sew that, you could. Okay? So you're going to do that, and I would start with the largest circles because they are by far the easiest, nice gentle curve. Then do your middle one, and then do your smaller one. Stephanie says, "Hi Stuart, what a gorgeous quilt. I love the colours and it looks quite easy to put together." Absolutely is. It absolutely is. Great message. Thank you, Steph. So you're going to do those. All right. So that's the centre of your quilt done. That's a nice quick section. Right. Next up, you're going to make these gorgeous octagonal blocks that are all around the outside. Now these are really simple. You're going to cut squares out of your shot cottons. And then you're going to cut smaller squares out of this really deep aubergine shot cotton. Let me just show you that colour. It is absolutely beautiful. It's like eggplant aubergine, really deep. Now then, when you cut those squares out, you're going to mark on the wrong side, the diagonal. Now, personally, I would recommend something like a silver or a white chalk pencil for that. Yeah, so maybe like a sew line, the white chalk or the bright yellow chalk. Nice, fine. Yeah, oh great, we've got those in our bulk buys. Perfect. So mark your diagonal, and then you're just gonna pin 4 of them to the 4 corners of the shot cotton. Sew, 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 flip them back, press them, and then flip them back again and trim the excess off the back, just trim down to 1/4 inch. So those are your snowball blocks, and then you're just going to mix up the colours. Obviously you've got the book, so you can match Kaffe's exactly if you want to. Sew them all together, so you'll sew them in pairs, and then sew that chunk together and sew that on the side of the quilt. Same on this side, and then longer rows top and bottom. Last thing, you've got your borders, nice and easy. One little tip, and that is when you cut your fabric for your borders, I always cut my fabric on the fold. Okay, so it's double. What you want to do is just make sure that you sort of have one of the stripes, like put your fold down the middle of one of your stripes. Then your two sides will be symmetrical. When you open it out, it'll be the same top and bottom, because I think it looks rather smart with a striped border if the stripes kind of match up on both sides. It just looks a bit smarter. And that's it. Easy peasy. Now, how do we quilt it? Well, how have they quilted it? Let me tell you. So quilt around the outside of the circle, really close. Okay, you could quilt inside if you want to as well. They haven't, but you could. And then what the maker's done here is they've put a feathered wreath inside each of the 4. Now you can buy stencils to do that. You can mark the pattern with a pounce. You could use your pa's rulers to create something in there if you prefer. But I think it's a lovely showcase for a pattern like that. There are smaller motifs in these ones. There's actually nothing in these corner ones, but I think you could have put a little something in there. And then the snowball blocks are quilted with what we call continuous curve quilting. Okay, so what they've done there is effectively quilted a curvy line here. Am I in the right position? Yeah, yes. So they've quilted here, 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 doing like just a gently sort of scoop or a scalloped around the edge. Now that's going around one block, but of course if you start and finish in the same place, then you've got to start again each time. So rather than do that, you can go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and actually go right across and right across the bottom, and then you can come down the other side. So you can do full widths when you're quilting. So just before you start quilting it, just kind of spend a bit of time working out if you can do a continuous path, and then there's fewer starts and finishes. Beautiful, beautiful quilt that. Don't forget, you will need to get the book, Fassett's Timeless Themes, as well for the pattern. But it's a great book to have. It's a great book to have. All right then, I'm going to pop that away. Because next up, I want to show you a beautiful batik bundle. This is absolutely luscious and saturated with colour. I couldn't resist having a little play. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? I'm just going to move that along there so you can just see them all together. And I just had a little play, just putting them together into a little bit of an order, but mixing them up a little bit. Isn't that beautiful? So this is your painter's palette of batik fabrics. Now each of them is a watercolour, what's called a watercolour batik. And let me just show you. So if you've ever used, like, done inking in paper crafting, or like snow dye or ice dyeing fabrics, or even just put watercolor paints onto wet paper, you'll be familiar with this effect where you get kind of mottles and the color bleeding and spreading. So you get, it's the same colors, but you get this beautiful kind of mottled effect, or almost like, you know, ice on a window. I mean, it doesn't happen so much these days, but when I was a child, we didn't have central heating, and we used to get ice on the inside of the window quite often. And it's the most beautiful thing, isn't it? Jack Frost had definitely been there and touched the window. And it has a sort of similar effect, I think. So this is, all of the fabrics have this look to them. Lots of them are like, if you like a single colour, I mean that's definitely not a single colour. There's peach, there's coral, there's gold, there's deep orange, there's golden yellow in there. But we'll call it a single colour. But then there are some in this collection that go way beyond that. So for example, look at this one. I mean, that is a bit of all right, isn't it? Oh. So there you've got kind of ice greens and apple, turquoise, lilacs, pinks, reds and oranges. I mean, it really is a sort of pastel rainbow, all in one fabric. You get 1/2 metre of each of them. So just have a look. There is 1/2 metre. Just lovely, isn't it? These are amazing for things like applique projects. I mean, imagine just using that one fabric and doing floral applique. You've got your flowers, your roses, your lilac wisteria, you've got the leaves, you've got the flower centres, all in one fabric. You've got it all. You really have got it all. One next to it, again, look at this. Look at that for a mix. Lilacs, purples, there's a bit of tan in there as well, aquas, yellow, lemon, beautiful. I'm going to show you a few of the mottles. This one's incredible. This almost looks like a gemstone. Zoisite? Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it? Love the lilacs in there as well, and the chartreuse. And then a few more that are still blended, but tonal. This is lovely. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Mix your batiks. Excuse me. Mix your batiks with your regular quilt weight cottons, solids, Kaffe, Tilda, you name it. You can mix and match them. Yeah, we've had a question. Thank you. Morning, everyone. I'm sitting on the fence, read the calico. Can I add it into a quilt with my stash, which is mainly Kaffe, William Morris and Moda? That's Linen Dorset. Absolutely. Let me just grab the calico. So it is a weighty bundle. What can I say? Much is made, and I think possibly too much is made about the notion of mixing weights of fabric within quilting. I think rather now the trend is to say make sure all of your fabrics are the same weight. Trying to mix weights of fabric is a bad thing, a dangerous thing to do. It will make things difficult, or you have to start adding interfacings. The truth of the matter is that calico is a slightly different weight to batiks. Batiks are a slightly different weight to Tilda. Tilda is a slightly different weight to Blue Skies and Nutmeg or Kaffe or Tula or anything else. It depends where the quilt weight cotton is made, how thick it is. But they're all much of a muchness. They're all much of a muchness. There is a slight variation throughout. You know, batiks are always a bit thinner than regular quilt weight cottons, but there is zero reason why you can't mix the two together, and your calico will mix beautifully. Think about calico mixed with things like the William Morris fabrics, especially if you added some embroidery, machine or hand embroidery, to some panels and mixed it with. What about doing redwork embroidery on the calico, or using it for piecing and then mixing it with French general fabrics, those gorgeous madder reds and those tans and creams, pearl greys. You could mix it actually mixed with Kaffe I mean, what about that as a background for applique with all of your bright Fassett applique on top, or piecing it in that same way too. Maybe calico background, Kaffe star, and then Fassett background and calico star, and having those alternate through a quilt. Mix, mix, mix. 100%. 100%. Right. Just lovely. Just wanted to show you this last one. There's so much beautiful fabric here. Look at that purple. And I'm just going to grab this one as well and just, oh, look. That is, and then let me just grab a little bit of green, because I'm just thinking irises, applique, pansies. You can piece pansies. Oh my goodness me. Just delicious. But also throw in some calico, throw in some quilt weight cottons, mix, mix, mix. Gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely wonderful. Right, I'm going to leave those there for now. Best of luck with that. You do get ½ metre for free in that bundle, by the way. Come with me, let's look at some bulk buys. Yeah, now I mentioned mechanical pencils, and these are very useful. Here we go. I've got blue, pink and yellow. So here's the yellow, here's the blue, here's the pink, but slightly different packaging, but they're all essentially the same thing inside, and you can change the leads between. The pens are all the same, the leads are all the same. So this one's the pink, this is the blue, this is the yellow. Really there you've got a colour for any marking. Whether you're marking your letterbox for a zip on a purse or a bag, if you're marking jetted pockets on your dressmaking, or the position of a collar or a dart, okay, you're going to use these. If you're marking half square or quarter square triangles, if you're snowballing blocks, you're going to use the mechanical pencils. Now, a few benefits. When you use a mechanical pencil, the line is very thin, but also it's consistent. So if you're using a regular chalk pencil that you sharpen, of course, the more you use it, the thicker the line gets, and the thicker the line, the less accurate the line. So for accuracy and speed, they are absolutely wonderful. Also, to remove them, just a damp cloth, okay, and you can just wipe them away. Just dab them with a damp cloth, or of course when you wash the garment, the quilt, the bag, they will come straight out. Okay, always test every marking tool before you use it, and not just on a bit of scrap, but on the actual fabrics you're going to use, because there is no perfect marking tool. We need them all. We need them all. Friction pens are great, but sometimes they leave ghost lines. Chalk is great. There are some fabrics it doesn't quite work with. So I would much rather you knew that. Even things like a hero marker where you're putting a groove into fabric. Some fabric, you'll never lose the groove. So you need to test every marking tool before you actually commit. But absolutely wonderful. Get all three for £23.97. Very, very good value. Okay, grab those while you can. Can we do the quilter's tape next? Okay. £2.98. Is that for both? Amazing. £2.98. Wow. Okay, I'll move straight on then. As we're doing lots of bags, can we do the magnetic fastenings, please? These are silver. You get 3. You get 3 of these. So this is not to use with your green machine. This is to use old school. So on a piece of fabric, okay, on a piece of fabric, you're going to use the washer. So your pattern will, I dare say, have a little mark for the position of, you know, your magnetic snap. So grab the washer, place it over the top, and you'll see there's a circular mark. Line that up with the mark. 2 slots. Mark through using a pencil, a pen, friction pen, something like that. Oh, might it have gone? Are they sold out? Oh, can I just quickly show what you do? So make a little snip. Yeah, so you want to make 2 little snips. Don't make them too big through. Okay. And then what you'll do, depending on which side of it, you'll push, yeah, through. See, slots come through the other side, and then you're going to put the washer over the back, like that, and then you want to push those prongs outwards or inwards. And that's how you fit them. All right. Now you know. There you go. Quick demo. Okay. Are those sold out? All right. Well done if you got those. It's still good to know what you've bought, isn't it? Right. Freezer paper. Freezer paper. Let's do that then. Freezer paper. Now, 3 rolls. You will never ever want to run out of freezer paper. You'd be absolutely livid, but you know, they will last you a good while. Well, it depends how often you use them. I use freezer paper all the time. Freezer paper has a sort of cartridge paper one side and then a waxy finish on the other. So we use these a lot for templates. So it might be bag making templates. So if you bought Emma's Swalk or Smighty, trace the pattern pieces on, label them all up, cut them out, and then iron them onto your fabric so that waxy surface will soften and it will adhere to the fabric. Cut out your fabric and then just peel the paper off. It doesn't leave any residue at all. It's not a glue or a gum. It's not sticky. It literally is just a little bit of a waxy finish. You won't feel anything or see anything on your fabric. You can reuse those templates and iron them onto fabric about 6 to 8 times. Brilliant for quilting templates as well. So maybe a heart. Iron that onto your quilt. Quilt around the heart using the edge of a paper as a guide. Peel the paper off. Stick it back down somewhere else, quilt around that. So loads of different ways you can use it. You can also use it as drawing paper or preview paper for practicing your quilting designs. You can also use it for preparing applique shapes. So cut out your leaf, your flower, whatever, from your freezer paper. Iron that to the wrong side of your fabric, okay? Then cut out your fabric, leaving or adding about 1/4 of an inch of seam allowance all the way around the fabric. Then run a glue stick onto the paper. So then, just like English paper piecing, fold the seam allowance of your fabric onto the gluey side of the paper. Pin that onto your background, applique it down, and then turn your background fabric over. Slit the back behind the applique and then remove the paper. You'll get a perfect turned edge with no needle turning. It is so easy to manipulate the edge of the applique with your fingers onto a gluey surface, that glue stick. So much easier than needle turning. Give it a go. Now you get 3 rolls of paper for £14.98. Can we just, well, you're saving £7.49 on our price. But can I just say that on many websites, freezer paper is about £10.99 a box. £10.50. There you go, look. £10.50 at Hobbycraft for 1 roll. You're getting 3 rolls for £14.98. So there you go. Good value just became great value. Have we got any of the gold magnetic fasteners? No, they've sold out as well. All right, no problem. Yep. Iron-on interfacing. Oh, do you know, I use lots and lots of different interfacings. This is my favourite, especially for bag making. This is my favourite. This is a pack of 3. So you get 3 1 metre pieces. So it's 1 metre by 1 metre and you get 3 of them, okay? This is a medium weight iron-on interfacing, non-woven. So this is going to be perfect for interfacing things like woven cottons, quilt weight cotton, that kind of thing, for bag making, dressmaking. This isn't the sort of thing you'd use with a stretch fabric if you need the fabric to continue stretching. It's a different kind of thing, but this is the most usable interfacing. This is the most relevant interfacing for most of us. A fantastic price, £8.97. I've paid £7.99 for 1 metre of interfacing in a department store, haberdashery, before now, and more than that. It's usually £7.99, £8.99 a metre for interfacing. Here at Sewing Street, we're always very competitive on price. This is a phenomenal deal. And the kind of thing, oh my goodness, when I was writing Bags for Life, at one point I ran out of interfacing and I nearly went completely hairless because I was like, I've got all the fabric in the world, but I can't make a bag without my interfacing. So you don't want to run out. Right, we've also got a pack of 2. We've got a pack of 2, £5.98. £5.98 for 2. You choose. I think most of us need 3, in fairness. I do. The glue. So I've got, now this is one of our favourite products. I know Lisa Lamb uses this. It's a great product. This is a textile glue. So £8.98 for 2. You're saving £1. Use this for things like gluing in frames into bags. You can also use this just for joining fabrics together, and it creates a permanent bond and a washable bond. Liz has got in touch to say, morning Stuart and team, yay, ordered my green machine. Hubby gave me some money towards it after I showed him what I needed. Now I'm thinking, will I get to use it? Is your hubby going to muscle in? Speaking of the green machine, I just need to let you know the only way you can get the mega bundle now is in gold. So that's the green machine, and you get your 3mm cutting die, and then you get your 3 different sorts of gold metalware, rivets, press studs and magnetic fastenings. So there's no silver, there's no bronze. Gold is the only option now. £149.99. The green machine, now Emma Brassfield uses hers all the time. She makes, she designs bags, so she's using it all the time. She's had it for 2 years of like pretty much continual use. It is working fabulously. There's really nothing to break, is there, on it? It's a great big slab of metal. You know, I was talking to David this morning and I said, you know, do you need to give like the spring a little squirt of WD-40? He was like, once a year. Emma said, I've been using mine 2 years, I've never touched it. But I mean, that's the only maintenance that you're going to have to do. We've got gold bundles left. That's it. We've got 40 of these bundles in baskets. I have got 24 bundles left. That means 16 of you will be disappointed. All of you could be disappointed because anybody could come in who isn't currently shopping and take one of those bundles, including me. Don't buy them all, will you? Leave one. Leave one. But yeah, we've very little of that left. quick message about freezer paper. Freezer paper is fab. Another item I bought on the strength of one of your demos, Stuart. So many tips. I hadn't heard of it now. I hadn't heard of it, but now I use it a lot. I think that's the thing. It's a great message. Thanks, a collector in Merseyside. It is absolutely brilliant. Morning, Stuart, says Dorothy, who's in the East Riding. Loving the shows. My hubby brought me the Calico bundle for my birthday on Monday. Happy birthday for your husband. Ah, thank you, Dorothy. It's Charlie's birthday tomorrow. So after the show, I shall be heading home laden with gifts. Got to go shopping this afternoon to celebrate his birthday. Thank you, Dorothy. Any excuse for cake, eh? And a special meal. Gorgeous, can't wait. Now, yeah. Oh, okay. Let's just grab the red extra wide Kaffe backing fabric and I'll show you. We had a couple of different options. We had 3 options, but the only one that's available is the red. Yep, lovely, thank you. This would be such an amazing fabric to even get 1/2 metre of to play with. It's 108 inches wide. Look at this. Isn't that? What about a kimono dressing gown? What about nightwear? I mean, it's beautiful. Also, what about beachwear? Like a sarong or a cover-up for the beach? It's silky. It's like a cotton sateen, but it's lightweight. It's not a sheer, but it is light. It's beautiful. Look at the designs. This would be wonderful to do broderie purse applique with. Put some Bondweb on the back, cut out your flower and then bond it to another surface. So maybe embellish the front of a bag flap or a tote bag. You could create a wreath of flowers using these flowers. You could use it for making scarves. Of course, it is meant as a quilt backing, but you know, Lisa Lamb's just sent me a message on Facebook to say, my word, amazing price for 2 tubes of the best glue in the world. Grab them. This is Lisa Lamb, bag making empress of the world, writer of 2 of my absolute favourite books, The Bag Maker's Bible and A Bag for All Reasons. And she says, buy them now, $8.98. Thank you, Lisa. I need to get you back on air, please. Come on, if you get on your push bike now, Lisa, you could be here by lunchtime. Beautiful Kaffe Fassett fabric, this. Absolutely lovely. Right, that's that. Now, yes, so I was talking earlier on about using a glue stick to create applique shapes, and I said, you know, do it English paper piecing style. These are pre-cut, die-cut 3/4 inch hexagons. So these are your papers already cut for you. So use a glue stick, a little dab on the back, pop it onto your fabric, wrong side of your fabric, cut around your fabric, add about 1/4 inch, and then fold the fabric around the shape. Okay, it takes a few seconds to prepare each shape, and then you're going to hand sew them together. Now, of course, traditionally, Granny's Flower Garden, so that would be 7 hexagons, 1 in the centre, and then a further 6 sewn around the outside edge, okay? You can then sort of add, these look great sewn together. You can also add, you know, a border, so you can use all your scraps up and then use calico hexagons in between them, make the most magnificent scrap quilt ever. You can also do, hang on, let's think about this for a second. I want to do waves. So you can do waves. So I'm just showing you how. This would be like 1 row, and your next row would interlock. You know what I mean? So your next row would interlock with those. So you could do like a sort of ombre effect. Be beautiful. Yeah. I mean, oh, lovely. You have so much fun with hexagons. And you buy one, get one free. $3.49 for 2 packs of one free pack. That's brilliant. I was just going to say, you use these hexagons more than once, by the way. Don't use them once and then throw them away. So once you've sewn patches to all sides of each hexagon, the hexagon that's sort of surrounded, you can take that hexagon out and you can reuse it. Amazing. Right, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, Emma Brassfield's back. We're going to put the kettle on. Why don't you do the same? And I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready for some more bag action with Emma Brassfield.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
From Studio 77.
So, yeah.
Oh,
Studio
got
77.
it. Ace. Now, I knew of your work before I met you.
Did you?
I did. I'll tell you why. Because one of our lovely viewers, and I think it might even actually have been before I joined Sewing Street, sent me a gorgeous shark pencil case that she had made from your pattern as a gorgeous gift, which I love. And so I knew of you. And then today, here we are, and we're doing the backpack. Shark backpack.
Yes.
This is so awesome. I absolutely love this. Now we're going to start off with the pattern for the shark backpack. And Emma, would you mind just jogging me?
This one?
Yes, please. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. So this is the shark backpack. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, I love this one. Look at this one. Look with the ooh. So he's either been eating a jammy sandwich or eating something else. Or I like to think just ready for a night out.
Yeah.
Got a good strong red lip. Which I don't know about you, but I always do.
Yeah, love a strong red lip.
I love a strong red lip. You know, all I want to do now is start, you know, kind of whack, 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 whack. I really, no, don't fall off the chair
It's
again.
the bag that keeps on giving.
Oh, love it, love it, love it, love it. And then look, here in grey PU, very authentic, just absolutely brilliant. Could be for a child, could be for an adult. The straps can be adaptable. It's lovely, great. Right, so the pattern itself for the shark backpack is £9.99, which I think is absolutely stonking good value because it's something that's really different, isn't it? You get all the pattern pieces, full tutorial, full instructions for making your shark backpack. A message from Paul, who's in Cornwall, to say hello, Stuart. Please say hello to Gail in Liskeard. She is your #1 fan from Paul. To both of you. Mwah! Good morning. It's lovely to have your company. And thank you for being fans of Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company.
Very good.
Right, let's have a look. It's lovely. This is the Shark Backpack pattern by Studio 77. Full instructions, full pattern, tutorial video.
Yep, already up.
Oh, fantastic. Again, how do we find it?
You find that by searching on YouTube for Studio 77, and you might want to put in there Shark Backpack as well, and you'll find it.
Awesome, thank you. But you're going to give us a bit of a demo today.
I am.
Anyway, aren't you?
Yeah.
So that's your pattern. Okay, and it can be used with PU, faux leather, it can be used with regular quilt weight cotton,
Yep.
batiks, calico.
Yeah, absolutely. Any and all of the above.
It's really
And
fun
canvas.
actually to use calico and paint the fabric.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can paint waves and all sorts onto it, couldn't
Beautiful.
you?
Scales. You could sandtangle it. You could colour it with Inktense pencils. Loads. Right, so that is your pattern. Now, we also have lots and lots of lovely fabric by the ½ metre. Now, let me just show you the one that Emma used for her shark. This ends 6/9. This is the blue version. This is Liberty. Liberty never looked so different. As far removed from what you might think of Liberty. But, it'd be fun to put a few florals in there as well.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Really nice. This is a gorgeous aquamarine Wiltshire Shadow fabric, £8.49 for ½ metre. How much do I need for the shark for the outer, please?
I think it is ½ metre.
Half a
Let me
metre.
just double check.
Ace,
on
thank
the
you.
pattern. Yep, ½
Half a
metre
metre.
outer, ½ metre lining.
Awesome, thank you. So that's great. If you want to go a bit more shark-like, I've got ending 9/7. Like that.
That would be great.
That'd look good. ½ metre. £4.99 for that.
Wow,
Nice.
that's a great price.
Ending 9/5. This is definitely your sort of dark and threatening shark coming at you.
Yeah.
You could have a lot of fun with these backpacks though, couldn't you? Put in extra
Yeah.
personality in. £3.99 for ½ metre. Fantastic. I feel like I need to lighten the mood now. Let's go 5/1. It's all got a bit sinister then, didn't it? This is fab. And actually you do get sharks that have these sort of speckles and spots. I nearly called them spockles. £4.99 ½ metre for that. What about lilac? This is 80. This is a lilac batik. That's rather yummy. £6.49 ½ metre. Kingfisher pastel, purple batik. Gold and yellow, any 2/6. Kind of a linen-y texture. Oh, love that. The web image doesn't do it justice at all. It's not orange either.
No.
Is that just me?
No, it's more like an ochre.
Yeah,
isn't it?
ochre. Nice. Not ochre, Charlie. Ochre's a vegetable. Every time. Ending 6/7. Oh, I like that.
Well, that would be great for the lining, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would. Yeah, of course. You could use these outer or lining, of course. That would be nice, actually, to mix maybe with the... yeah?
Yeah, loving that.
So the insides of your shark are all red.
Yeah. I think there's red on the inside of the grey one.
Oh,
Just
is
check.
there?
I think
Let's
there is.
see.
Is it?
Ah, ah. Sorry.
That's all right.
You can have John next time. And ending 7.6, a like kind of minty green, solid, $3.79. Again, that would be really good for a lining, perhaps. Get off, John. Get off. Get back to Spain. Susie says, lesser spotted dogfish and starry smooth hounds are sharks that have light speckles on them.
Ah,
Thank you so much, Susie. Love that. So those are all the fabrics that we've got. We've also got some fabulous zips from Emma. These are from you, aren't they? As soon as I saw these, I said, oh gosh, they're gorgeous. These come from... So you get... So you get all three different zips, okay? So you've got the kind of azure blue, you get the black, and you get the jade. But then look, you also get these fabulous zip pulls. So you get a metre of each of those. But then look at these. You get 2 zip pulls that say handmade. Okay. You get that, I love. That's kind of, is it Ziggy Stardust? Is it Harry Potter?
Yeah, either or.
Either or. That one's very smart. Is it wrong that I looked at that and thought cheese grater?
No, that's what John said as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's like a cheese grater.
Yeah.
And then this one, talking of John, it's a star.
Star. Aww.
It's... I'm sorry. They've put John's cardboard.
I wondered what you were laughing at.
Oh dear.
John's watching over
Lovely.
us all.
I feel like I could never get away from him. and there's a 6th one, which is like a kind of long rectangular. That is phenomenal value. That is absolutely phenomenal value for $14.99 because actually each of these zips, I mean, that's half of the zip. So you'd get 6 zips like that with pulls. Absolutely brilliant. This is what I have to put up with. This is what I can see out of the corner of my eye. Can we just about see John? You can see John's flowery shirt, can't you? It's Ben waving at me. That looming figure. That's John. Okay, right. Let's crack on. We've got interfacing. You'll need some interfacing. This is 1 metre of medium weight iron-on interfacing from Hemline, $3.99. However, I would just get you to have a look on the website because in the bulk buys last hour we had 2 packs or 3 packs and you made a great saving. So, all right. And then we've got some webbing for your straps. Turquoise. That's sold out. Oh, they've all sold out. Okay. What about the eyes? The eyes. Don't look around the eyes. Don't look around the eyes. Look into the eyes. You're under. £1.19. Pack of 6. All right. Emma.
Okay.
Please make me a shark.
Okay, I will. I won't be able to make you a whole shark.
No. Make me a bit of a shark.
We'll make you a bit of a shark. So I wanted to talk about using fusible fleece with this project. So I always recommend that you cut your fusible fleece or foam so that it doesn't have the seam allowances, okay? So your pattern will come like this with a dotted line. It might be hard to see because I've cut it, showing you where the seam allowance is. So what I recommend is you use, there's two ways you can do it. You can either use a scalpel and cut out like I have so that you have your two pieces. You can do that with any pattern piece, you know, that you need to keep the seam allowance for. And then you can use that to cut out your outer fabric. And then you can use this to cut out your fusible fleece. Okay, H640. I always call it fusible fleece, but you know. So I'm just going to draw around. So I'm just going to show you how to make one of those fins. This is the side fin.
Fab. So you're using H640?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Would H630 be okay? It's a bit thinner.
It's a bit thinner. I would say I would probably use this one.
Yeah, okay.
And then we want to cut around it. You could use your rotary cutter, but just because this is straight to hand, I'm going to use my scissors. And then we're going to fuse it to the back. So I was just going to show you how I do that. Now it's worth noting if you are going to be using a faux leather or cork, for the outer you could use cork as well. Like the faux leather is how I've made the grey one that Stuart was showing you earlier. You will find it tricky to fuse the fusible fleece to the back of faux leather or cork because you want to have the heat source from the top. I talked about this briefly in the last hour, but what you can do is then you can get another, so you would interface first with a medium weight interfacing, and then you would cut out your fusible fleece, your H640, and then you would get another fusible interfacing, lay that over the top so that you're sandwiching your fleece, and then you push the iron on, you press it so that the interfacing adheres to the back of the fusible fleece, and then you push the iron tip, or do you call it a nose, around the edge so that it fuses that and it sandwiches it all together. That keeps the fusible fleece out of the seam still, but means that you can still have that structure.
Got you.
Make sense?
Yes.
I do show you how to do that on, I've got a full interfacing video about cutting out the shark as well on my channel, on my YouTube channel.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to drag the iron over. Also, it's worth noting as well, if you ever get stuck with anything, I do have a free Facebook group, which you can search for if you search for Studio 77. It's called Sew, Create and Craft by Studio 77. And you can post any questions if you want to in there. You can find other people's examples as well. Didn't check that this was on, actually.
No, it isn't.
No.
There we go.
We'll give
It's
that,
on now.
We'll give that a second or two. Yeah, so if you ever get stuck with anything, you can post in there and someone will help you, if not me. And like I say, there's a full video tutorial so you can rewind, find the bit that you get stuck on. There's timestamps underneath so you can race ahead to the bit you need. Don't have to watch it all the way through. Just double check that
that should be hot now. It doesn't take long. It heats up really quickly, really. So yeah.
Brilliant. So place that on. Give it about 10 seconds. And you want to press, not iron, with all your interfacing. Okay, it's really important because if you, in fact, I did a reel the other day on Instagram and someone said, and I interfaced, was it 8 pieces all at once? Did you know you can do that?
No.
So you want to crank up your iron and use a Teflon sheet, but you can layer up your pieces. You have to be very careful and double check that all the interfacing's facing the right way, because obviously you could get into a hiccup. But yeah, and someone said, no, it will all shift. And I was like, if you press, not iron, it won't shift. With any luck, that's adhered.
Yeah.
Normally, we would leave that for, go and have a cup of tea and leave that for around about half an hour if you can. So what I tend to do, and obviously people have different preferences, but I tend to cut out everything, cut out all my interfacing, interface everything, and then do that the day before and then sew the next day. So it's something to look forward to because interfacing and cutting is not my favourite thing, I'll be honest. In fact, I don't know if I've met anyone who loves that bit the most.
I like your idea actually about having everything cut ready and then you can just like come downstairs in the morning and think, right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get on it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going over to my machine and I'm just going to sew around those sort of 2 edges, but not that bottom straight seam.
Okay. Yep.
and we've got a 1 centimetre seam allowance, and I'm using my walking foot, trusty walking foot, and I'm going to hold my threads to start and go backwards and forwards to start as well. And having the walking foot just means that you don't need to worry too much about having pins in there as well. You can just have the odd clip like I have. Sometimes I don't use any clips. And you just go around, you know, this kind of thing. You don't have to be super precise. You want to try and get that nice curve at the top. Can you see I'm doing a couple stitches and then I'm just keeping my hand here so that I can lift the foot as I go. If you've got a knee lift, then that's really good for that as well.
Yes.
So off we go around that corner, that last bend. Just realised this shark is very on trend, isn't it? What with a certain film coming out that's very popular. Pink everywhere.
Oh gosh, isn't there just that shade of pink?
Yeah, hence my nails.
Oh really?
No, I didn't do it because of that film.
Have you been?
No, not yet.
Me
Have
neither.
you?
No.
We'll have to go after the show.
Yeah, let's do it.
So then I'm going to use pinking shears, but you could also just snip into, because we have got a curve all the way around. It's a very gentle curve on these two, but you might want to put a couple of little snips of triangles in there, and you definitely want to around that top curve there, and maybe a couple there. Or you can use your pinking shears, and you do want to, whichever way you do it, you want to cut off about half of the seam allowance. So you want to cut it down to about 1/2 centimetre, which is kind of 1/4 inch, a bit less than.
Those are lovely ones. They're not zigzags. They're like little flower petals.
Aren't they? Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Just
I
makes
need
it
some
look
of
nice,
those
doesn't
now.
it? Finished? No, not really. And then we're going to turn it through. And I'm going to grab a pointy tool if I can find one.
It almost seems like a shame that it's finished, really, because I like that. You have to turn it, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can use those with, oh, you might, I can hear the cogs turning.
Felt.
Felt, yeah, yeah, faux leather.
Faux
cork.
leather.
Yeah.
Nice.
With the green machine, you know that little hack I showed you earlier with,
yeah.
You could do that, couldn't you? You could make a really pretty scalloped.
You could. You
one.
could for attaching, yeah. Oh, brain is definitely ticking.
So there we go. We would give that a little press.
I can give it a press for you if you want.
Go on then.
Yeah.
And then you would do the same with the other fins. So then you end up with your 4 fins. Okay, so I just wanted to show that little process. Then we're going to jump ahead. Obviously in the pattern it's going to have a different, you know, route and order. We're going to jump ahead to our zippered pocket. Okay. I wondered what you were doing. Hang on, put these on your arms as well. So we're going to jump ahead to our outer zipper pocket, because on the outside we do have that on the, you know, the bit that faces your body.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab one of the bags actually
and
show that.
And we want to have this piece. Yep.
So there it is.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah. And, you know, this is a technique that is used in loads of different patterns. I really like it because it means you can put a zipper pocket anywhere. So, you know, it's really good for that. So I have got my rectangle cut out. I'm matching it up, but actually I don't need to, because the first thing I need to do is I want to find the center line of this pocket piece. So I'm just going to give that a quick press, finger press. And then I want to find the center line of this one. Give that a quick finger press. Hopefully it's just about there, isn't it? And then we're going to place it right sides together. And we're going to place it down so that it is 6 centimetres from the top, or almost. Smoosh that down a little bit. There we go. Great, then we can get our pattern piece here. We're going to lay that on top, and then we're going to draw through that rectangle. Okay, you can use friction pen or chalk, whichever is your preferred method. And actually I will show you in a minute. You know how I said before there's kind of 2 ways. If you've got a pattern that you need to sometimes cut off the seam allowance, there's 2 ways. You can either cut it out so you've got kind of like, what would you call that?
Like a window template.
A window, thank you. Gone a little bit wonky there, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter because it's the zipper pocket inside. The other way you can do it is what I do is I snip into it going around. Hopefully you can see there's some snips there. And then you can fold up the seam allowance as you go round that curve, and then you've got that smaller template, so when you lay that onto your H640, you've got the right size to cut for that. Okay, so that's the other way you can do it.
Perfect.
Yeah, like I say, it doesn't matter that that's a little bit wonky. Probably if I was making this at home, I might redo it, but I'm not going to today because we want to get on with the demo.
Sure.
So I'm going to grab some pins, and I'm going to just pop a couple of pins in here just to stop that moving when we sew. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch around that rectangle, and I'll show you a couple of little tips as we go.
Okay, great. What stitch length would you recommend?
So I'm going to start with a 2.4, and I will show you what I'm going to do in a little bit. I always start in the middle of the rectangle, either side, doesn't really matter. Backwards and forwards to start. And off we go, straight down that friction pen line. Then when we're about an inch from the end, don't have to be precise, it's just a bit under, I'm going to go down to just under 2, so you can do it at 1.5, 1.8 stitch length, and that is going to do two things. That's going to help you get really close and precise to your drawn pen line. I'm going to lift up and go across that end. It's also going to make it a bit stronger in that corner. You're going to find it a lot easier to hit that line that you want to hit and less likely to go over it, which does sometimes happen.
And you want to be as precise as you can. I like what you said as well about it sort of reinforcing the corners too, though, because you really have to manipulate to get a nice square corner, don't you? And that's going to strengthen it.
Yeah, and it makes it easier to get that nice square corner as well.
Fab.
Yeah, so I've lengthened up to a 2.5. And then I'm going down, and again, just before the end, it's about 1/2 inch. Again, don't have to be precise. Down to 1.5, and then I can hit that on the nose. Turn it.
That's what you meant to do with sharks, isn't it? If they come up to you.
You know what? As soon as I said that, I thought, I
afraid.
bet there's something to be said about
Don't
that.
they say you're supposed to like thump them on the nose or just push them away? I'm never ever going to be in that position.
No.
Well, unless one comes to Bridlington, which could happen, I guess.
Have you ever been to the Caribbean or anywhere like that?
No.
No, never.
No, I haven't. No, Australia lots of times, and they do have sharks there, don't they?
They do, yeah.
So, but not in the parks.
No. I did go to Fiji when I was younger, and that was absolutely amazing. And we didn't see a shark, but lots of people that we were with saw sharks, yeah. I wouldn't like to see a shark though. I was glad I didn't. Not for me.
They're amazing animals, aren't they?
Oh yeah,
Incredible.
they're really intelligent apparently as well.
Yeah.
So we've done that. Then we're going to cut along the middle. Now when I'm doing a demo, I like to draw it on just to show you really clearly. So we're going to cut straight down the middle. Obviously you don't have to draw it on, you're probably not going to. And then we're going to do a fork at each end. Okay, like so. Hopefully that's really clear. And when we cut into that fork, we're going to cut as close as we dare to the stitches without snipping the stitches.
Cool. Jill sent a nice message on Facebook to say, morning Emma and Stuart.
Good morning.
I love all of Emma's patterns. They're so easy to follow, and there's usually a video to help. Keep designing, Emma.
Oh, thank you, Jill. That's really kind. Thank you.
Well, you gave me a sneak peek, didn't you?
I did, of
earlier
something that's
on.
coming next month to Sewing Street.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. You'll love it, by the way. Just going to leave that there.
Okay, so I've snipped into there as close as I dared. It's probably about 1 millimetre away from those stitches. Then I'm going to push all of that through to the other side. This kind of doesn't want to go the way you want it to go when you do this. So just keep pulling it around and showing it who's boss. Like you said, manipulate the fibres. Give it a bit of a tug in those corners. And this is the same technique that we did on, or we would do, I didn't show you it, but on the Smighty purse as well.
Ah, of course, yes.
Same for that front. So I do this technique a lot in my patterns. So once you've done it once, you know, you'll be fine.
It's definitely the kind of thing you can practice in isolation as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If you're at all unsure, grab out a bit of calico.
Yep.
You don't need the zip.
No.
It's about making the window.
Yep, and just follow loads of my tutorials have it on there. So, yeah. So we do need to be careful because we've got this H640 facing up, and if the iron touches that, it's probably going to singe it. So we want to. You can see it's already pulling nicely into that corner. Hopefully you can see that. But I have got my trusty Teflon sheet, and I'm going to make sure it's hopefully not too hot. And I'm just going to kind of push the nose or the tip of the iron into that corner. That's going to help me. And I'm going to do the same on the other end. If I was using a fusible foam, I would have cut it out of the zipper aperture as well, the zipper hole.
Okay.
To keep it clear, because this would be quite tricky to do over the foam being in the seam allowance kind of thing. So to do that, what I would do is I would get this pattern piece and then I would just cut it about 1 millimetre or 2 extra around that edge. Okay, so now I've got those two ends, it's a bit easier to press it from the front without our Teflon sheet, so we can see a bit more what we're doing, and we can kind of roll the seams. And you want to roll the seams so that the lining is towards the back, because obviously we're using a different fabric, so it shows a bit more. And we're just going to roll those edges like that. Push it so that it's a little bit more under. Like so. And I'm going to swivel it around. So I can do the same on the other side. And I will say you can see my stitches, but that's because I've used quite a different colour thread, because I want you to be able to see it. But when you're doing it, you're going to use a similar thread and it's going to, mould in so you won't see it. Then the next thing we're going to do, and push that iron out of the way. It's going to grab our zipper tape, which has got a zipper pull already on it. And you don't need to baste the ends of this, you can do if you want to. I'm going to place some double-sided tape along each end, each side I should say. This is not your regular double-sided tape, this is sewers or quilters double-sided tape. That's super important because the regular one will gum up your needle. So it's always worth saying, because people always say, oh, can I just use my crafter's tape? Like, no.
Well, it's the kind of thing you can leave in as well, isn't it? You don't need to, it doesn't need to be removed at all.
Exactly, yeah. You're going to sew right over it, so it's totally fine to leave it in there. And if you noticed, I don't cut the double-sided tape. I just tear it, because that means it's a little bit easier to get your nail under to pull the backing off.
That's a great tip.
Then I'm going to place it underneath. I always like to have the zipper closing at the top. Unless, if you saw my last demo, you do it wrong. We'll try not to do that this time.
In which case it was absolutely intended.
Exactly, yes. Very intentional. We'll do this side on, so you can see. And we're lining up that underneath zipper pocket panel with the top of the zipper with any luck. And the great thing about double-sided tape is you can just keep repositioning it till you get it to sit where you want to. Because right now, you can see all that lining, which isn't ideal. So we're just going to pull that a little bit back out of the way.
Although for me, it's not the end of the world,
It's not the end of the world, no.
A little flash
Absolutely
of the
not.
lining I quite like.
Yeah, it's quite nice, yeah. I did a little pocket masterclass the other night for my members, and we talked about that, and we talked about welt pockets, which are underused in bag making, I feel. Used a lot in clothes, aren't they? But
I know that
mode.
you mean the kind like you have on a waistcoat, or
Yeah,
where it's
where
like
you-
almost two little flaps.
Exactly.
Jetted, yeah,
Yes,
love those.
yes,
Love
yeah,
those.
yeah.
Funnily enough, we were doing them yesterday.
Oh, were
And I
you?
was thinking, oh, next bag, this is going in.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you
they
go.
are so smart, and of course you don't need a zip.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So there we go. We are now going to top stitch around that edge, and I'm going to move over to a zipper foot for that.
Now, while Emma does that, I just wanted to show you on the grey version. Obviously, today we've been very excited about the green machine, which Emma demonstrated earlier on. And the sort of places where you might use rivets. And I just wanted to show you on the shark bag where Emma has put rivets. I said rivets then. rivet. So there are 2 rivets there holding on the strap. And then if you look on the back, 2 more rivets here, which again create a really strong foundation for that shoulder strap. So no sewing a box with an X through the middle. It's all down to a rivet. Much faster and really much neater, much more professional looking.
Yeah, and
isn't it?
if we have time, I'll get onto those as well. How to
Awesome.
do those.
Thank you.
Because my technique is slightly different to others, so it's worth showing.
Okay, great.
But again, that is on the video if we don't get to it. Okay, so I'm starting in the middle of my rectangle again, and I'm doing a 3.5 stitch length because we're top stitching. I always like to do a longer stitch. And we're stitching about a couple millimeters from the edge. I haven't stopped and started, I haven't gone backwards and forwards to start. I'm just going to get rid of that tail because that's right in my way. And I'll show you why in a minute. As I get to this end, I'm going to try and pull that end so it's a little bit more under. And we're going to sew along. Now it is a bit harder to hit that edge, but because we're top stitching, we've got a little bit more wriggle room. We can go, you know, a little bit longer on that seam. Go slowly over the teeth. It's totally fine to sew over the teeth, just as long as you don't go fast.
Okay.
Some people
And
do
these
ask
are nylon zips?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. And they're actually recycled plastic as well.
Oh, cool, nice, I
which is
like
cool.
that.
Yeah,
So even these ones here, they look metal, but they're nylon.
exactly, yeah.
We just
Yeah.
remind everyone, please, Ben, of the zips. So we've got some zips from Emma Brassfield herself. The blue, the jade, and the black. Oh, they've sold out. Well, I'm not surprised. What was the very first thing I said as soon as I looked at the table for this show? I said, oh, wow, these zips are gorgeous. I can spot them, Emma. You say what you like, but I can spot the good stuff. Beautiful. Oh, well, can we get more of those, please?
Yeah.
It's the little things, I think, that
Yeah.
make bags, isn't it?
Yeah. It's those little finishing touches that when you say I made it, they go, what?
Yeah.
You made that?
Yeah, yeah. There's a few materials which I think in a bag always make it look higher end. PU, cork.
Yep.
Always seem to add a little certain
Yep.
extra.
Yep.
And then it's the metal where it's the zip pulls.
Rivets.
Rivets.
Yep.
Nice hardware.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. And sometimes what's inside.
Yeah.
The you know, the Decavale, the in our form.
Yep. Yeah.
Top stitching done.
Great, yeah, so we've done the top
Ace.
stitching and I've come back to the beginning. Now you can see I've got my 2 tails. Now sometimes this doesn't go quickly, so hopefully I can manage this, you know, you never know how it's going to go when you do these things. And what I've done is I've gone to the back, and hopefully you can see, because that thread is quite similar, that I'm pulling up those threads. And I've just got a little loop from the other thread on the other side. And all I did was just tug at that stitch a little bit, and it brings up that loop. And then you know that that's the one to pull through. And then with any luck, we'll find the other one, pull that through. And then when you go to the front, there's no threads on the front, they're all on the back, and then we can tie that in a knot. And that stops you getting a bulky kind of backwards and forwards stitch when you start and stop.
Yeah, you know, you can hide that in a seam, can't you? But
Yep.
here where you've done a box, you've got to do a little something else.
Exactly, yeah. So I like to do 3-4 knots, give that a little snip, And that's on the inside of the pocket. So you could do that a bit closer to the ends of your pocket if you want to, but no one, you know, no one's going to notice that. Then to finish the pocket, we're then going to place that right sides together onto the two zipper panels. And I'm going to put some pins in. Put 4 pins in all the way. And I'm going to stitch. Now let me just check, because I think that on this one, yeah. So on this bag, we do leave a turning hole in this outside pocket, because then you can turn the whole bag through that hole, and it means you don't have to, you can then finish the lining easier.
Oh. So we turn the whole bag through the pockets? Well, that's just... Talk about how to make a man feel confused.
Don't worry,
No.
there's a video on it.
Good, good.
Step by step, you'll have to watch it.
I will. Like I say, you've given me a lot of homework, but it'll be time well spent.
So we're going to turn it over so that we have got the outer part facing up. And then we're going to pull those bits out of the way. That is a lot easier to sew than trying to sew it from this way and pushing the outside up, because you might catch it. Whereas this way, you're less likely to. So I'm going to sew around those edges, leaving that turning gap on this side, the opposite side to the zipper. I'm keeping my zipper foot on because, as you will see, it gets a lot easier to have this on in a little bit when we get round to the top part of this pocket. So I've gone down to a 2.5 stitch length.
Yes.
And then we turn it, take that pin out. And then we're going up and over the end of that zipper. Now, another way that I've seen people do with these kind of set-in zippers is they don't actually sew that top edge, you know, of the rectangle. They just do the 2 long sides, and they leave that small end, or the 2 small ends, open. And then when they do this bit, they catch the little triangle that you cut.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
That's a bit more like a welt pocket as well, isn't it? So I'm going all the way along that top seam now. This is where my wonky rectangle, keep trying to say triangles, you know, I can go with the edge of the zipper rather than the edge of my pocket, because I know I've set that slightly off. But again, really does not matter. No one is ever going to know. As long as the outside is straight, no one's going to know that the inside isn't.
It's true.
Caught a bit of the fleece there.
I've got to be honest, outer pockets are my favourite thing on a bag.
Yeah.
I'm not, I mean, I noticed, I was having a look inside this one, and Emma's put loads of extra useful pockets inside for things like pens. Look, I'll just open it up a little bit so you can see. So look, you've got some pen pockets in there. This would be a great school bag, wouldn't it? You've got a deeper slip pocket there as well. There's another zip pocket inside for lunch money. I bet it's all on cards these days, isn't it? Yeah.
Fingerprint. It's fingerprint at my daughter's school.
Fingerprint. Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Crackers, yeah. Brave New World. But my favourites are the outer pockets on bags, because I like to be able to just get to whatever I need without going in the bag.
Yeah, and having this one on the back means it's really secure as well, because
really
it's against your back.
secure,
No one can do the unthinkable.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's our zipper pocket ready for the next stages. So how much time do we have? Yeah,
we've got about 10 minutes.
Let's do a hidden strap connector.
Oh yes, please.
Okay, so we've got our outer piece, which has got our little rectangle in there. So we need to know where that sits. I'm just going to double check the placement of our strap connector, if I can find it within my instructions. And you want to place this on top, and it needs to be place one right side down, aligned with the notches. Yeah, so we're going to have, you see there's these 2 notches here. We're going to have this piece so that it's overhanging the top by around about 1 inch. Okay, and then what you could do actually, which would make life a lot easier, wouldn't it, is just pop those notches on there. Place that down so that it's in between those notches, and we've got about 1 inch over the top. Keep that in place and then lay our pattern piece on top so that it's in the right place. And then we can draw on our rectangle. Now you may guess we're going to do exactly the same as we've just done with the zipper pocket.
Okay, so you're creating a little opening.
Yeah, exactly. We're making a hole for the webbing to go into. So again, I'm going to pop a couple of pins in, and we're going to sew right the way through. Now it's worth noting, of course, we've got that zipper pocket. You just want to double check that, I mean, it is lower, but you don't want to get it caught up or anything. I'm just going to keep the zipper foot on, and we're going to stitch around that rectangle. And I'm going to do a slightly shorter stitch length because it's quite a small hole. Oops. Quite a small hole, so we want to make sure that, you know, and we're going to go backwards and forwards because this seam is not seen anywhere.
Leslie Joy's messaged on Facebook to say beautiful bags.
Thank you.
I love the novelty of them, but also they're really stylish as well.
Thanks.
They're fun, they're quirky, but they're also incredibly practical.
Yeah, I do like to be practical.
Yeah. You've got your strap sliders. You know, if you've got somebody who's a bit reluctant about going back to school, little things like making them a special bag, you know, to make going back to school something, and don't let them use it until the first day of school, so that they're looking forward to the first day of school instead of not, because they get to use the bag, even if it's that.
Yes.
Ex-teacher.
Oh,
you got to get them through the school gates.
Yes.
Once they're there, they're fine.
They're fine.
It's
and
like,
also, you could the Shark pencil case, which is a smaller version, is a free video.
Which I have.
Which you have, which is a free video and pattern on my channel as well.
Awesome.
Okay.
You've got to make the pencil case as well, haven't you? Once you've made the bag, make the pencil case to go inside.
Is it a shiver of sharks? I think it's a shiver.
Is it?
Yeah, which is quite funny, isn't it?
It would be a terror of sharks if I was involved.
Yeah.
Swimming as fast as I could.
So I'm going to snip through, make a little hole, and we're doing the same. So I've cut a line, and then I'm cutting into those corners diagonally. Do the same on the other end.
Small, sharp scissors.
Small,
Can't
sharp
emphasise
scissors.
how useful they are.
Yeah. And then it's a smaller hole, but you're going to poke it all the way through. And I do like to use the same fabric that I've used for the outer, unless you're using a PU or a cork, in which case you'll just want to use something that's similar. Or, you know, if it's a dark colour, black.
Yeah.
If it's a light colour, white, you know, that kind of deal. And just give it a really good wiggle and a bit of a press to get that in place.
May I ask, you've got the overhang that's hanging out. Why do you need that extra?
You'll see.
Oh.
You'll see.
Just wait,
We're not
Stuart.
there yet.
Wait. I'm like a dog that's ready for its dinner, aren't I? Wait.
Not there yet. So then we get our webbing. And you do what, if you're using a non-cotton webbing, you want to just fuse it with an iron. So you just, what I always like to say, you sort of show the flame to the thing, which is webbing. With a lighter.
With a lighter, yeah.
Yeah, you can use a candle, but I find it's a little bit less easy to control.
It's a bit Victorian, isn't it? We're not animals.
If you're doing a lot, you may want to use a candle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because then it's,
Yeah.
Anyway, so we want to use a lighter to fuse the ends. You've thrown me now.
Sorry.
Then you're going to pop that into the hole that you've just made. Turn it over, and this is where you see that folds down. You see, and encloses it. And then what you can do, so there's a few options, okay? You could just do that and pop a rivet in. You know, use your green machine, then that bit's done.
Yeah.
Or you can stitch, or you could do both. I sometimes do both. You can stitch around that rectangle, top stitch around it, and then put a rivet in. You can also do all three, top stitch around the rectangle, before you put a rivet in, stitch, actually before you stitch around the rectangle, before you stitch around the rectangle, I would then stitch along here. You can stitch along there twice. And then that gives that really nice and secure, and then pop a rivet in. And blimey, that is not going anywhere.
No.
And you know, sometimes, you know, you can use this technique on any bag. Sometimes you've got so much in that bag, that is where the seams are going to go.
For sure.
On the webbing. So having that there, it's completely out of the seam, it's not perforated your outer fabric or anything, super, super strong. So how much time have we got? Shall I carry on with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll do
you.
that. What I'll do is I'll do that rectangle, and then if we got the green machine still,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
you
do
bet.
that rivet.
You bet. You'll need the rivets and the...
I will need the rivets and the hole cutter, please.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'm doing a longer stitch length, and I'm actually going to start behind the webbing. So I'm going to flip that up. Again, you're making sure that that extra, the facing for the strap connector is facing down, as I showed you, how you flip it down. And I'm going to do that under there. Lift that up.
This is when it all comes together, isn't it? All those different little skills.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And like you say, just having those rivets in there and everything, it just elevates it, as well as being super helpful for structure and strength.
You need the hole cutter as well?
Yes, please.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I've stitched around that rectangle. Snip the threads. And what I would recommend, I'm not going to do it today because I haven't got a lighter with me, but what I would recommend is if you're cutting a hole in this polypropylene webbing, unless it's cotton, then I would use a fray check, a liquid fray check, which I think I've got here. You know, just any kind of fray check, or even probably glue would work if you've got a cotton. But with the polypropylene or like a plaster-sized webbing is what it is. You just want to just burn that little hole as well, so it doesn't just keep going.
Yeah.
I might have a lighter actually. I do have a lighter.
You do?
Let's see how we get on.
Cool. It's like I want to put rivets through everything now.
I know, that's the trouble. Well, it's not really a trouble.
Wonderful. There's your hole cutter.
Thank you. I am just going to quickly mark that on.
Are you okay with brass rivets? Please say yes.
Whichever you like. Is that the one you got?
Yeah.
It's tough you're having brass. I'm going to mark down, what's that, 3/8 of an inch?
Yep.
1/2 centimetre. Pop a little cross.
That's the riveting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Phew! Did it.
Pop that on. I haven't got my step, so hopefully I'll have enough leverage.
If you need me to do it, just say.
Might be all right. No, I haven't gone all the way through. Do you know what? I think I might get you to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's in the right place, I think.
Yeah, you happy with
Yeah,
that?
I think so. Yep.
Thank goodness I work out.
There, you could hear it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think
Happy
so.
with that?
Yeah, that's gone all the way
Good.
through.
So
I'm
I'll
just going to pop
swap
that
that.
over. Thank you. And then hopefully that's gone through there as well. I'll get the awl and just double check.
This is me from now on, I'm telling you.
There you go, so it's made a hole. And then you can do, that is a bit close to the rest of the fabric, so let's hope we don't set the whole studio on fire.
Yeah, fingers crossed, eh?
Yeah.
We'd
Be
rather you
ideal.
didn't.
It'd be ideal if I don't. Which way is it? That way. So you just sort of...
Just threaten it.
Threaten it, yeah. You're not setting it on fire. That would be... that would not be good, she says.
So you're just kind of sealing up around the hole so it doesn't just keep tearing open.
Exactly, yeah.
So there's your post.
I'm just going to use that again. Make sure we can go all the way through. That I haven't completely sealed up that hole. No, there we go.
There we go.
Thank you. And through to there. So then, put that in the back. Put that through. Put that one on top. There we go. And then, there we go.
And that's
there
it.
we go.
It's a little kind of almost a clip, isn't it?
Yeah.
Luscious.
There we go.
Absolutely luscious. We'll just get a little close up. Looks fabulous.
Yeah.
Such a professional finish, isn't it?
Yeah.
And strong, sturdy, it's gonna last. Obviously, if you're making this for kids going to school, they put everything through their paces, don't they?
They do.
Really do.
You would obviously do that on the other side, and you've got your 2 straps. You're ready for school, as they say.
Awesome. School ready.
School ready.
And I, you know, I've been in the supermarket recently and I've seen a lot of parents who I think it's fair to say are ready for school.
Yes.
So ready for school. Yeah. Do you know, I always used to find it so depressing when I was a teacher that literally I hadn't even broken up for the holidays, and all of the supermarkets and the shops would have the back to school displays, and it'd be like, give me a break, let me have the holiday first. Anyway, absolutely fab, great.
Yeah, got your little zipper, keep all your...
There's that.
And it does fit an iPhone in there as well, a larger phone.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. See, I was never a teacher when kids would have phones.
Oh.
So I didn't have to deal with that horror.
Maybe not for kids. Maybe not for kids. Put a phone in there for adults,
Perfect. Great. I'm going to go and do a little wrap up.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Shall I wrap up over here? No, you sure? All right. Okay. Viv's said message. Stuart, as my mum would say, it gives it belt and braces. Add in the rivet, doesn't it? Belt and braces. Yeah. Your trousers are not going to fall down. Brilliant. On that note, here's the pattern. It's the Shark backpack, $9.99. You get all of your paper pattern pieces in there. It's a unique bag, isn't it? Completely unique, really gorgeous. It's going to get a lot of comments. Great for kids, great for adults too. Lots of pockets, lots of style, lots of personality, and lots of them are in baskets. So please make sure you check out your baskets. Emma, when are you back?
Towards the end of September.
Awesome.
I want to say the 24th, but I've probably got that wrong.
And is that with your new pattern?
It is. I've got a brand new pattern coming. Yeah, very exciting.
Any teasers or none at all? Wait and see.
I will just say it's very useful for transporting your sewing items, sewing tools.
We do all like to get organised. I'll be tuned in. I hope you will too. Right, we're going to go for a little break. And when we come back, we've got our final hour. It's William Morris, and I've also got the most amazing deals on Elna sewing machines and the cover stitch. So I will see you after this break.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison, and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perle thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really, really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
I've actually got it on good authority that Alan's never received that present, so but perhaps John will get it while he's on holiday. Thank you for joining me for the final hour. Shall we start with a beautiful, beautiful book by Helen Rhiannon. Now, Helen Rhiannon is an amazing dressmaker. Absolutely superb dressmaker, and she has written her first book, and it is absolutely incredible, an absolutely brilliant book, one I think you will want. It is completely gorgeous, and essentially what Helen's done in this book is done a workshop on how to create a bodice that fits you. So instead of using commercial dressmaking patterns, what she's done is to show you how to create a base block for a bodice that fits your body. Then once you've done that, there are a number of different sleeve options, a number of different neckline options. And what you can do then is you can mix and match these different elements to create almost limitless different looks on your garments. Now, once you've done that, you're able to create different skirts. So you can do tops and skirts, you can do dresses. Just the whole concept behind the book is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I think, if I'm right, are these signed copies, Ben? We think they are. We think they are signed copies. And it's the only place you can get them from at the moment. Now, we might come back to this in a second. What I wanted to say was that Helen Rhiannon uses and recommends that you make that toile, that first bodice, out of calico. We're very, very pleased that we've got bolts of calico. They've been super popular today. You get a bolt of 25 metres of quilter's calico. This is pre-washed, pre-shrunk quilter's calico, and it's 60 inches wide. So you're going to get a lot out of every metre, much more out of every metre than if it was 42 or 44 inches wide. This is 60 inches wide. So absolutely perfect for creating your bodice. Also fantastic for then creating those different necklines, those different sleeve options. And then you're also going to use your calico to try out the skirts and, you know, to check things like the fit. We often refer to toiles, and toiles are made out of calico. Now, while we're on the subject of calico, you're also going to use calico for things like quilt backings. I mean, for wall hangings up to about 56, 57 inches, you can use this as the backing even without joining. You can use it for the backing of cushions and table runners, placemats. You can use this for lining garments where the lining isn't seen. You can also use this in your quilting. So cut it and piece it in with your quiltway fabrics. You can also use it as a background for a plique. You can also use it as a base for embroidery, things like red work, black work, that sort of thing. Absolutely gorgeous, and essential. Make a great saving as well. It's £4.99 a metre. Now, just to go back to Helen's book for a second, and here you can see that calico in action. So it's just a beautifully detailed book. So Helen has gone through all of the basics, sizing, how to create the different blocks. She's also gone through all of the different equipment that you'll need, demystified what they are with sewing know-how, how to prepare your seams, how to pin properly, you know, all the basics shown in real detail, how to neaten seams, the effect of using different fabrics, for example. So important. Carmela's got in touch to say, I've made my own clothes since my teens and always made my own blocks and taught my daughters. However, having the templates in Helen's book takes a big chunk of the technical measuring out of the equation and makes making a block so much easier. I wish I'd had this years ago. That's a lovely message. Thank you. So then, as I say, you've got all those different necklines, pockets, sleeves, skirt options. So you can mix and match and you can create loads and loads of different looks. There are full-size dressmaking patterns in the back as well. Right, don't forget to get your calico. All right, William Morris. William Morris. Let's start with the tapestry bundle, shall we? Because we've been talking a lot about bag making. And this is a tapestry bundle. So this is a bundle of 8 different half meters of William Morris tapestry fabrics. So you get half a meter of each. Now, if you've just invested in a green machine and you're thinking everyone's getting a bag for Christmas, this is at least 8 of your Christmas presents sorted. Beautiful, even a simple tote bag, unlined, French seams, buy yourself some leather handles or some faux leather handles and then rivet them onto the bags. It'll probably take you about an hour to make each bag and you're done. Now let me show you the 8.5 meters that you get. So you get willow, and that's in the blue. You also get that fabric, same one, in, well, they're both classic colours, but the classic green. Every time I see that, I think of Gogglebox. That couple, Nutty and Nutty. I've got to jump straight to this one because the background colour of this is absolutely stunning. Isn't that gorgeous? Upside down, that's better. Absolutely beautiful. So that's that one. You get all of these, by the way, 1/2 metre of each. There's lilies. This fabric, by the way, just to be nice and clear, width-wise is 56 inches wide. So you're going to get at least, probably at least 2 tote bags per 1/2 metre, which makes it incredible value at £53.92. Here's the lemons, but with a lovely taupe background. That's classic, isn't it? Absolutely classic. Next one. All very regal, aren't they? Almost medieval looking. That is stunning. Nice message from Wendy. Hi, I've bought the calico. The 25 metre bolt is lovely. Been making shopping tote bags. It's so useful. It's a great way of doing it. Yeah, kind of like bags for life. Here's number 7. Remember, you get all 8 1/2 metres, 56 inch wide each one by 1/2 metre for only £53.92. I think that's incredible. Do you mind just dividing for me £53.92 by 16, please? That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. £3.37. So if you made 16 tote bags out of this, they'd cost you less than £4 each. They don't need a lining unless you want to put one in, because the underside of the fabric is gorgeous, and you would French seam or overlock your inner seams, and then just use either kind of a nice strong webbing for the handles, or you can get leather or faux leather, just literally straight handles, just either with a hole already punched, or use your green machine, punch a hole, and then 2 rivets for the front handle, 2 rivets for the back handle, job done. And the whole thing, the whole bag is going to cost you somewhere in the region of £4. And if you make and sell, well, there you go. There you go. Now, each of these fabrics is available by the 1/2 metre, £7.99 for a 1/2 metre. It's all on the website. So if you want to have any of those by the 1/2 metre, just go on to www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then scroll down into either today's show deals, which is what we've seen, or what's been played, or coming up. If you can't find them on today's show deals, look on coming up, because we may not have played them all through. Right, so those are the tapestries. Now, let's go to the quilt that's hanging behind me. This is called Mixed Crosses. This is an absolutely stunning quilt. I think this is a really good quilt, actually, for people that want a quilt which doesn't shout. Do you know what I mean? For me, it's subtle, it's elegant, it's, I don't know, I don't mean any of this negative. It's a quiet quilt, it's gentle, it's elegant, it's subtle. Beautiful piecing, beautiful fabrics. There's plenty of pattern in there. There's no plain fabric, no solid fabric. Even these wide sashings and these frames, they're all patterned fabrics, but they're gentle, they're subtle, they're quiet. I think it's a very, very elegant quilt. I demoed this actually, it was probably about a month or so ago. It's a beautiful, beautiful make. Now, this is your kit. It should be £279.99, but I want to crash on that, please. So I shall have one. It's £199.99. Now, this is a big quilt. This is a big quilt, 178 by 231. I'll tell you that in inches in a sec. 178 by 231. Look at the split pays, $49.99. 4 split pays. You just pay $49.99 today. We send you the quilt. You can crack on and make it, finish it, quilt it, get it on your bed. You could do that before 90 by 70 inches, thank you. So great size for a double, a queen, a king. Gorgeous. And just to go back to the quilt for a second, let me talk you through the 2 blocks. So there are 2 blocks in this quilt. First one that you're going to make is this one right here, which is a framed square. Okay, so what you've got is you've got your center square, 2 short strips sewn on either side and pressed back, 2 longer strips sewn on the side and pressed back. However, just come a tiny bit closer if you can and just have a look and see, because what we've got here, this is the Strawberry Thief pattern, and in order for the pattern to read upright, you cut this square on point. Now, if you want to see a demo of how to do that, it was done by me actually the 11th of June. That was Ben's birthday, the 11th of June. It's very, very easy. It's much easier if you've got like a 12.5-inch square ruler, but you can do it otherwise. You can make a paper template, but it's very easy. So that's your first block. Your second block, if I can show you here, all right. So this is, well, a very simple block. If that was a center square, this would just be a sawtooth star. Yeah, nice and easy. Flying geese and corner squares. And ordinarily there'd be a big square in the center. The only difference with this block is instead of a big square in the center, it's a smaller star. So you're making a star block and then putting in the center of another star block. Absolutely gorgeous. It's set on point. Everything's explained in the pattern. It's a really good pattern, but I think you'll really enjoy it. A quick question. Yes, please. Hi Stuart, does the William Morris fabric come in a continuous measure or single half meters? That's from Alison in Lancashire. So, if you're buying the bundle, you get 8 half meters, half a meter of each. If, on the other hand, you picked this fabric, go to the website and you want 2.5 meters of this, we'll put the graphics in because this is my favorite. If you wanted 2.5 meters of this, you just put in unit that you want 5, because we sell by the half meter. So 5 half meters is your 2.5. It'll come as a continuous length. Same with extra wide backing fabrics that we've got coming up. Same with the William Morris quilt weight cartons. Everything gets cut by the half meter. It's only really when things are in bundles that they're pre-cut. We'll always tell you. Now, let me just show you a few of the extra wide. Are these all extra wides? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okie dokie. Hope so. Ending 6, 9. That's a regular width, isn't it? Well, let's just show that. 8.49, Strawberry Thief. Now, if you were making, well, any of the projects in this hour, then this would be lovely to make a few companion cushions. You could make a rather nice bag. That's cut from the bolt. If you buy 3 units, you'll get 1.5 meters of that continuous length. That's regular width fabric. This one also, I think, is a regular width. It is. So that's delicious. Love that. Very smart. Again, by the half meter. And this one here is also by the half meter. This is regular width quilt weight cotton. That one I just think would go so nicely in a kitchen. It's a bit Provençal, it's a bit sort of French country kitchen, isn't it? I could just imagine lovely sort of quilted placemats, some napkins, maybe even all matching, all from the same fabric, you know, oven gloves, things like that. Hi Stuart, just to thank you for explaining everything so clearly. It's so helpful, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. I know it's too much sometimes for some people, but I don't like to leave a stone unturned. Thank you. Right, now I've got 3 which are extra wide. Let's do the blue first, 07. So these are absolutely flying out. If you want these, be quick. So this is Strawberry Thief, extra wide backing fabric. 100% cotton. So this is Strawberry Thief, but just done in 2 shades of blue. Isn't that fab? I mean, you could make some really elegant cushions out of this. If you do want it for cushions, although you could get 2 or 3 cushion fronts out of half a metre, I would recommend you buy a metre for one reason and one reason only. I reckon probably most of us would want to centre that design. Now, depending on where your half metre's been cut, you might not get the proper, do you know what I mean? So if having a metre of it means that you can fussy cut your cushion fronts. So just bear that in mind. If you're buying it for quilt backing, absolutely fab, isn't it? £14.99 a half metre. Now I was having a look on a very big craft website and I was looking at extra wide backing fabrics. Now ours generally around about £12.99, £13.99, £14.99 per half metre. So let's say upper price £30 a metre for 108-inch wide fabric. On this website they had fabrics which we do, you know, the lovely Riley Blake bandana, yeah, £40 a half metre. Couldn't believe it. £40 a metre. £40 a metre. Still £10 a metre more than us. Willow, ending 9/8. This again is an extra wide backing. This you could use for so many different quilts, not just William Morris. I mean, that would be absolutely fantastic for backing this quilt, wouldn't it? The mixed crosses. I mean, oh, funnily enough, look, and I didn't know this, but look, it has actually got a different version of Willow on the back. Lovely, isn't it? It's just so elegant. But that would also look amazing as the backing on something like a French general quilt, wouldn't it? Just gorgeous. I could do with some of that. And then the last one that I've got is also in ivory, cream tan, but it's Strawberry Thief. It's Strawberry Thief again. You could make the most beautiful duvet cover and pillowcases in this, couldn't you? It's just a bit, it's 2 rectangles with poppers along the bottom. Gorgeous. How much do you think a pure cotton William Morris duvet cover and pillowcases would cost? Yeah, a fortune, probably a couple of hundred, I reckon. I remember once buying a duvet cover, it was in the sale, but it was a duvet cover and it was nearly £600 and it did not come with pillowcases. Well, it wasn't anything like that price when I bought it, you know, but it's beautiful. Anyway, just mention that because it can cost a fortune. Now, before we move on any further, I just want to mention I've had one quilt kit bounce back from a few weeks ago. I did this quilt. It's the Spring Bloom. We did the Spring Bloom and the Winter Bloom, and the Spring Bloom actually was the first to sell out. The price is redunculous. We're just going to check. Should be £199.99, which is already there you go, £129.99. I've got one. I've literally got one. It's 193 centimetres square. 193 square. It is, the whole thing is made out of half square triangles, squares and rectangles. Beginner level. 75.9, so we'll call it 76 inches square. It's got a beautiful border, very easy to make, just half square triangles, no weird parallelogram. Oh, it's sold out. Well done if you got yours. Well done. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, do you want to take a little walk? Come with me, come on. All right. So, we announced some really exciting news maybe 6 weeks ago, which was that Sewing Street is now the home of Elna sewing machines in the UK, and we are the exclusive retailer of Elna. And I said something, I remember I made that announcement, and I said something at the time, and I wanted to preempt actually something I'd thought of. You know, sometimes when a retailer becomes the only place you can get something from, that turns into a monopoly, and suddenly there are no deals, no price reductions, because you can't get it anywhere else. And I know that we always want to be the most competitive. And although we're the only place you can get Elna from, we know that there are other choices, other machines. So we will always be competitive. Now today is an amazing day to get yourself either a cover stitch machine or a sewing machine, because we've taken huge amounts off our machines. Let's start with the cover stitch. Now it should be £669. You're going to save today £100. This is a cash saving. That's well over 10%. That's verging towards 15% off the price, isn't it? £569 for the cover stitch machine. Now, what is a cover stitch machine and what would you use it for? Well, here's an interesting thing. I had a conversation yesterday with Jules Fallon, who I have a huge respect for. She's an amazing dressmaking tutor and designer. And she said to me, Stuart, in an ideal world, dressmakers in particular would have a sewing machine for construction, an overlocker for neatening, and a cover stitch machine for hemming, edge stitching, top stitching. And I said, are they that good? Are they that versatile? And she said, absolutely. I said, because I thought they were for like t-shirts and sweatshirts. And she said, so many people think that a cover stitch machine is just for doing that. She said, it's all hemming. She said, it's amazing. They're amazing for creating that really professional, like twin needle edging on things like t-shirts and sweatshirts, you know, that we all recognise. 2 lines of stitching on the outside and like an overlocked stitch on the back. They look fantastic, don't they? Adding ribbing, cuffs and necklines. And also the bottom edge of sweatshirts and t-shirts. But she said to me, they're so much more versatile than that. She said, if you get 3 needles. There's, the cover stitch machine has 3 needles. Okay, so there's 3 upper threads and then there's 1 lower looper. So you've got 4 reels of thread. And you get the 4 reels of thread actually with your machine. So if you look here, you've got 3 needles, all right? Now you can use all 3 needles together and you get your cover stitch. You can take the centre needle out and have 1 needle either side, and that creates that wide double hem with the overlock back. You can have 2 needles to the left, 2 needles to the right for narrow, either away from the seam allowance or close to the seam allowance. You can also take out both of the outer needles and keep the centre one and work a chain stitch. And Jules was saying to me that that is as close to like the, you know, the hem that you get on jeans, a beautiful kind of like outer top stitch with like a chain stitch on the underside. You do that with your cover stitch machine. She was also telling me about some really clever ways that you can use the cover stitch for decorative stitching as well, with sort of speciality threads. And I think in the future, perhaps we'll ask, maybe next time Jules comes, to do a bit of demo using the cover stitch. She actually does a workshop for 3 hours that I'm going to sign up for, because I've never used a cover stitch machine, but I know I need to. It's a brilliant price, £569. We've got £113.80, easy pay. I got my Elna cover stitcher from Sewing Street just over a year ago, says Sue in North Yorkshire. It adds a real professional finish to my sewing. Like I say, Jules said in an ideal world, sewing machine, overlocker and a cover stitch. Now with this machine, we will get more, but this deal, I've got 5 machines left. Is that all? Okay. Well, no, but I'm just thinking that this is literally, we've got the deal on for, is it this week? It's this week. We've only got 5 machines left. So this could well be your last opportunity. Yeah. Oh, I like that. This could literally be your last opportunity to get the cover stitch machine. At the moment on this deal, you're saving £100. Should be £669. Today it's £569. And I would absolutely point out that you can get 5 split pays, £113.80. Now normally, when there's a brilliant price, when there's a brilliant deal, it's literally you've got to pay all your money now or you can't have the deal. You know, but on this time you can spend 5 months paying for your cover stitch machine and still get the deal. I mean, it's a great deal. Well, we don't normally do 5-way split pay, do we? We hold it back for very exceptional things. So what you're going to do, you're going to make your first payment, £113.80. We'll send you the machine straight out. You don't have to make all the payments. There's no credit checks, no forms to fill in, no interest either. You don't pay a penny more by choosing the split pay option. You pay exactly the same. So it's entirely up to you. I was going to say you sometimes pay a penny less because of the way it's worked out. It can sometimes be cheaper to do split pay, but hey, I'm not supposed to say that. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, but it depends, you know, everyone's got their own way of managing their finances. For some people, it's like, no, I'm buying this. I want to know it's all paid for. There you go. I'm done. But for some of us, it's much better to spread the cost out over 5 months. You can choose. It does not cost you a single penny more to choose the split pay. £569 for this. Now, another thing, this is a hefty machine. It's good and solid. It's yeah, I mean, obviously you can move it around the house or take it to classes if you want to, but it's a hefty machine. I would not want to pay for the postage on this if I was sending it anywhere, unless it was Sewing Street, because you're going to pay £3.95 postage. And if you bought a fat quarter today, you've paid your P&P. It's all the same. A message. Morning, Stuart. This is Amanda, who's in Swansea. Got my cover stitch to go with my Elna 680 Plus and my Elna Air Threading Overlocker. I'm so lucky. Last piece to the jigsaw. Amanda, I love that. I love that. It's exactly what Jules said yesterday. In an ideal world, it's a jigsaw puzzle. You've got the last piece. And you're getting on with it brilliantly. Easy to thread too. I'm going to leave that there. It's very, very limited now. Like I say, this could be the last time you see it. Oh, okay. All right. Right. Let's start with the 550. Okay. I'm going to give you a quick rundown. I've got 3 sewing machines, all from Elna. I'm going to give you the quickest of rundowns over all 3 because I want you to compare and contrast. Okay. I'm just going to start with features. Okay, so let's talk first of all number of stitches. Okay, 50, 100, 380. Okay, alphabets, none, 1. Full alphabet. Okay, and numbers. Number of buttonholes, 3, 7, 12? Yeah, 12. Thank you. Okay, so I just want you to compare what you're getting. The feet are the same for all 3 machines. Extension table? Yes, yes, yes. Hard case? Yes, yes, yes. So it really does come down to number of stitches, 30, 100, 380. Buttonholes, 3, 7, 12. Alphabet, this one only. You get a 1/4 inch foot with all of them. You get a zigzag foot with all of them. You also get a blind hem foot, a satin stitch foot, an over edge stitch foot. So for neatening the edges of your dressmaking, for example, you get your automatic one-step buttonhole foot as well. Now you can buy a darning foot and a walking foot for any of these 3 machines. So that kind of cancels it all out. Now let's talk about the relative prices, and I just want to give you the 3 prices. So for the 550, you should be paying from us £529. That is not Elna's RRP. But this machine, and I'll tell you what Elna's RRP is in a sec, but normally £529. Today, you're going to pay under 500, £489. So you're making I want to say £40 saving? £40 saving. However, the actual price from Elna is much more than that. Lisa from Cardiff says, morning Stuart, I've got the 550, new to sewing, love my machine. Brilliant. They're so easy to use. It's a computerised sewing machine for under £500. You can move the needle. You've got 15 different needle positions. Even on the 550, it's the same on all 3 machines. You get an extension table, a hard case, incredible value. If your budget is under £500, and it must be under £500, the 550 is stonking good value. 560. The 560, let's give you the price. This is the 560. So remember the 560, 100 stitches, 7 buttonholes, automatic one-step buttonholes, maximum stitch width of 7mm, maximum stitch length of 5mm. You get your extension table, you get your hard case. Should be 619. Again, that's not Elna's RRP. Elna's RRP is much more than that. But our regular everyday price is £619. Today you're going to pay £559. 5-way split pay. Again, no interest. £719 RRP. 559 from us today. However, I don't want you to buy this machine today because it's an incredible price and it's got loads of features and you've got a great saving today, but I do not want you to buy this machine until I've told you the price of the 570. So I'm just going to get rid of that for a second. Because I want to just tell you about the now remember the price on that, £559. This is our Elna 570. So we've jumped now from 7 buttonholes to 12 buttonholes. We've jumped from 100 stitches, no alphabet, to 380 stitches and 12 buttonholes and an alphabet. The RRP for this is £769, so £50 more than the RRP for the 560. Our regular selling price is £649, but look at today's deal. I don't get this at all. It's £549. That's £10 cheaper than this. The machine below it. How is that possible? Why is it £10 cheaper? This has got 280 more stitches. This has got a full alphabet and numbers. This has got an extra 5 buttonholes on it. It's got a memory key so that we can combine up to 50 stitch combinations. It's got an extension table. It's got a hard case. It's £10 cheaper than the 550 today. If it was £10 more expensive, I'd still say, wow, amazing deal. For an extra tenner, why wouldn't you? But do you know what I mean? I mean, on another day, when this offer isn't in play, then obviously the 550 and the 560 offer a huge amount of value. They offer a huge amount of value. But on the deals that we're selling this week, and I do think, and I'm just going to go back, and I don't want to be, you know, sort of flash about this, but if your budget is £500 and that's your budget, I would just say for an extra £49 to compare the 550 and the 570, you know, 30 stitches. This has got 350 more stitches. This has got 3 buttonholes. This has got 9 more at 12. We don't have massive stocks, by the way, for this week. They are limited. They are limited. So, as I said about the easy cover, we are limited. This might be the last opportunity to get it on this deal this week. I mean, it is a machine that we'll do again. Yeah. Loved my machine. Actually, Jules was using this yesterday for her dressmaking. Now, remember, computerized doesn't mean you need a computer. You don't at all, unless you want to access all the videos and tutorials that you can get on the machine. But it just means that the machine has a bit of a brain to it. It will think for you. It will tell you, for example, your stitch length, your stitch width. It's easy to adjust. It's easy to select the stitch that you're wanting because of it's computerized. It's got a lovely bright light for when you're sewing. It's got a clear LED screen. Absolutely fab. Oh, let me show you this. So on the edge of the machine, actually the 50, the 60 and the 70 all have this. You get your stitch reference on the side of the machine. So there's your utility stitches, things like straight stitches of varying kinds, lightning stitch, triple stitch, zigzag, overlocking. There's the 12 buttonholes. I'm sure the 680 Plus has 10 buttonholes. Has this got more buttonholes than my 680 Plus? It's got an eyelet. It's got patchwork and quilting stitches. Okay. Here's my next lot. Some lovely heirloom stitches there, almost like little cross stitches, decorative stitches. Beautiful. Oh, look, there's one of my favourite quilting stitches, the serpentine, that like wiggly line at the bottom. Love that. Then we've got more decorative stitches. We've got decorative satin stitches. Look, even little rows of hearts. Beautiful for embellishing table linens, bed linens, and children's clothes. And then, as if that wasn't enough, a load more. And those are all the stitches, but then of course you've got your alphabets as well, and those are here. So your alphabet, you actually get full alphabet, uppercase and lowercase, and all of your punctuation. And then underneath it you've got all of your accented letters, so things like umlauts and cedillas. Umlauts. Do you love an umlaut? It's a good word, that, isn't it? I bet you get loads on Scrabble. Fabulous. It is a fabulous machine. It's amazing value, isn't it? $549. If you've got, you know, maybe you've got the 680 Plus or the 780 or the 720, and those are your home sewing machines, that you don't want to be taking those along to classes, workshops, or round to your friends. But you want a good machine that's still going to give you that reliability, and also actually that your other feet will snap onto, that you can use. So if you've got a more extensive range of feet for your bigger Elna, always check first, high shank, low shank. But if they're snap-on feet, they are snap-on feet. So the vast majority of them are going to fit this machine. You can interchange. Now you're making a saving on the RRP of £220. Certainly you're making a saving of £100 even on our best price. Why not use that £100 if you can to add in, if you don't already have one, a walking foot and a darning foot. As I reckon with those 2 feet added in, most of us are going to be satisfied for life. We'll be able to sew everything we need to. The other foot that sometimes people really want, if you're a really keen dressmaker, is an invisible zip foot. And again, you can buy one of those as a separate foot, have a look on our website, and then you can create your own perfect package. But I think where it starts from making that massive saving, £100 on our best price, £220 on the RRP, and get this machine home. Yeah, the relationship we've built with Elna is just fabulous and is really, really benefiting everybody, I think. Nice message. This is from Karen in West Yorkshire. I've just been really naughty and purchased the cover stitch machine. I've already stocked up on fabrics today, planning to make more clothes. Oh, Karen, that's not naughty. That's oh so nice. Sarah's also got in touch to say, hi Stuart, I got the Elna 450. Woohoo, well done, well done. Now the easy cover, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. So, few minutes, 10 minutes ago, I had 5 of these left. I've got 2 of these machines left now. The deal we've got is for the week. We've got 2 machines left for the rest of the week. I think this is the last opportunity. To get this machine. I don't think we'd be able to get more in before the end of the week. Because we wouldn't get them in time to get them out in time. So I think maybe this is really the last chance. There are literally 2 of these machines left. There's 6 of them in baskets. Let me just remind you what they're for. They're the ultimate hemming and top stitching machines. So in an ideal world, if you've got all parts of the jigsaw, you have your sewing machine for construction, your overlocker for neatening, finishing your seams, and then you've got your cover stitch for your top stitching, for your hemming. And although, thanks to the Sewing Bee, we all know what a cover stitch machine is, because I'd never seen them or heard of them before a few years ago when they had them on Sewing Bee. But I must admit, I did think, like a lot of people do, that they were just really for making t-shirts and sweatshirts. And actually, they create the perfect finish for hemming so many different, including jeans and curtains, blinds as well. You can also use them with 1 needle, 2 needles, or 3. So you have varying programs. There's 15 different programs that you can use with your easy cover. You can use them for things like dance wear, lycra, yoga pants, active wear, all of that sort of thing. I've been looking in your wardrobe again, Ben. I'll tell you what, I used to have a fine collection of lycra. When I was teaching exercise to music classes, probably got about 20 unitards. And I used to, even then I used to pay about £30 each for them. And they were made for me. And they'd be about £30 a piece. And we're talking about the early 90s, mid 90s. Don't dwell on that thought. Just a brilliant machine and the final piece of the puzzle. 2 left. And how many in baskets, Ben? Oh, 7 now. The number's going up. We've got 2 left. That's it. Now then, little recap. One of our best sellers today has been the calico. However much we love the fancy fabrics, the colourful, the bright, the heavily patterned, it's the basics that we use meters and meters, tens of meters of. This is 25 meters of beautiful 60-inch wide, pre-washed, pre-shrunk quilter's calico. This is quality stuff. Your price on the bolt is £4.99 a metre, which is fabulous value. You're saving £24.50 by buying the bolt. But I think more importantly than the saving that you're making for me is the fact that you've got 25 metres of calico in your stash, ready to use, whether you're using it to back your quilts and wall hangings, or make the backs of cushions, table runners, placemats, lining your bags, making toiles, embroidery backgrounds, applique backgrounds, piecing in your patchwork as well. Suitable for all of those things. So often when we do have calico by the metre on shows, which is not very often, but if we do get it in show, it sells out very quickly. So if you weren't watching that day, you missed out. This is a fantastic opportunity. Loads of you have managed to get yourself a bolt today. Well done. Thanks, Stuart. William Morris tapestry fabric just ordered, and I got the calico this time too. That's Alison in Lancashire. Well done. Well done. The tapestry fabrics. Oh, can we have a quick reminder of those? The bundle. Oh, it's such great value. If you make and sell, I mean, my goodness me, if you're making to gift, it is not too early to start thinking about Christmas gifts. Now, you could make, by my reckoning, about 16 unlined tote bags using these fabrics. 16 gifts. Each bag would cost you less than £4 to make. From proper William Morris designs, beautiful tapestry. You could also make beautiful cushions out of these. Sorry, there we go. Look, we've got willow in green, willow in blue. You've got lemons. You've got two different lemons. You've got the chocolate brown background, and then you've also got the ecru. I mean, what a gorgeous, that's 4 out of the 8. You've got the lilies. You've got this beautiful sort of brocade. Absolutely stunning. There are your 8 half metres for £53.92. It doesn't seem nearly enough. Now, one little tip I'm going to say, tapestry fabric does fray. Okay, you can see, look, it does fray. All right, so if you're making anything out of this, which I'm assuming is why you're buying it, but my recommendation would be cut out your pieces and immediately overlock them, or use the overedge foot and overedge stitch around all of your patches before you start constructing. Even before you start sort of layering them with in-R form or interfacing or anything like that, just overlock or edge stitch everything. Trim off any whiskers and away you go. And then you won't have any further fraying. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Oh, lovely. The green machine. The green machine. We only have silver, gold, I was going to say we only had gold earlier. We only have gold mega bundles left. So can we show the picture of what you get? So this is what you get. You get the green machine. Remember, there are 40 different bits of metalware that will go through, including eyelets, diamante press studs, punk studs, rivets, snap fasteners, cam snaps. They will all go through. There's 40 different things that will go through. You get your green machine. You get your 3mm hole cutting punch. You get 100 gold rivets. You also get the fitting dies to make that work. You get your press studs. 10 of those, 10 pairs, plus your dies to install them, and you get 10 gold magnetic fastenings, magnetic snaps. So where we normally, you know, when you're doing it by hand, you've got those prongs and you mark and you push it through and over. This, it's a couple of seconds, easy pressure. The machine does the hard work. You literally, I'll show you, here's your green machine. And literally, you just, you basically get it down to where it's almost at, and then it's just a quick, like that. It's a little push down. It's very, very easy to use. Oh God, I'm exhausted. Right, that's the green machine. Oh, right, breaking news. We've had one bronze or antique brass mega bundle fall back in for available. So there's one. There's 49 of them in baskets. There's one. There's literally one. Details are on the screen. If it's not in your basket, if you're really quick, you could still be the person that gets this. There is one antique brass. We've called it bronze finish. Mega bundle. So that's the green machine, the hole punch, and the 3 different bits of metalware, 100 rivets plus dies, 10 snap fasteners and dies, and 10 magnetic closures and dies. One left. Let's do the menu for tomorrow. It's my last day before I head home to Yorkshire for Charlie's birthday. It is Charlie's birthday tomorrow. Can we have a birthday deal? Probably not. All right, 8 a.m. Oh, now listen, you'll be excited about this. Do you remember a few weeks ago we had that crazy show where we had bag making hardware and it all just went absolutely wild? Well, we've got some bag making hardware tomorrow, 8 a.m. Now, at 9 o'clock, we've got the Cavatelli slouch bag with Sandy Millerchip Masocchi. Oh, I always love seeing her. And lovely Andy, her husband. That's at 9, the Cavatelli slouch bag. That sounds gorgeous. At 10 a.m, bag making fabrics. We've got some PUs, we've got some tapestries, we've got some beautiful fabrics there. Canvases as well. Yummy. Have we got any cork? Quack? No, might do. Oh, quilted PU, love that. And then at 11 o'clock, the vintage Christmas pinny and oven glove with Sandy Millerchip Masocchi. Sandy, if you are watching, I think if you're wearing a pinny and bringing oven gloves, there really ought to be some kind of baking involved. Yeah, don't you think? I want you holding a tray of cookies. And then at 12, aren't I awful? And then at 12 o'clock, fabric panels and kits you'll love. Well, what a morning. The Easy Cover machine has sold out. Congratulations if you managed to get yours. The green machine with bronze, it's fair to say that's sold out as well. Yes, it has. Well done if you got that one that bounced back. Remember, we've still got a few of the gold bundles left. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Get yourself a good night's sleep because we're going to have a busy day tomorrow. I will see you bright and early in the morning.